Hello and good morning, everyone. Today is December the 3rd, and this is a regular, well, not a regular, it's a budgeted meeting for the town of Vegreville. And I call this meeting to order at 9:09. So we'll start with Director Saskia.
Thank you, Worship. So I have here our agenda, which if we can pull up the slideshow, second slide. We're going to start with going through the analysis of changes since our November 17th budget presentation. So as you know, we left that meeting with some number ones, some number twos, for priority, one being go ahead, twos being maybes. Since that budget meeting, we have pulled out all the number twos. So that is going to be where we're going to get to at the start of the basis of this meeting. Second, we're going to look at the 2026 net property tax collected. Right now we have a 1.5% tax increase in there. And then we're also going to look at changes to user fees. So this is the fees and charges bylaw conversations that we tabled yesterday. So the fees and charges are needing to be looked at in conjunction with the budget. So how those charges change and where our budget ends up, I think that's a discussion we should have all together in one. And then item 3 is in camera for any personnel or other issues that we need to discuss as a result of today's meeting. Next slide, please. So an update from our November 17th, 2025 meeting. So this is for the budget of 2026. So we presented the original budget on November 17th with an $806,412 deficit. Council and admin spent significant time working through these items, and a number of items were updated to a maybe, also known as a priority 2. These items have been removed from the budget, and that value was $431,053 that was removed from the budget. And then also the tax increase, the $806,000 deficit that was presented on November 17th had a 2.5% tax increase built into it. Council's consensus was that we would like to look at a 1.5% tax increase. So I also removed revenue of $100,859.67 from the original budget presented. So right now, we've removed all number twos from November 17th and decreased tax increase to a 1.5 increase. So we're starting at a deficit of $313,126. One other thing that I would like to note that has changed is additional costs from the library and FCSS. Library, we had discussions with them in a meeting several weeks ago, and they actually came back with a 15% reduction in their net ask. So they reduced their budget by $39,000. So that is reflected in the $313,000 deficit. And then FCSS had a slightly higher net ask, and we've reduced their net ask down by $23,000 back to exact same levels as prior year. So that is also included in the 313. So there's been lots of work done between November 17th and now, but this is where we're starting. So the goal by the end of today is to have a balanced budget and look at our tax increases and our fees and charges and come to a balanced budget. So right now in this budget, we have a 1.5% tax increase, which equates to $151,290 extra revenue from prior year. In this deficit, we have increased expenditures from prior year totaling $522,503. So just with these numbers alone, we've already reduced our net ask from last year by $200,000. So by making cuts to all the services that we're able to in our individual budgets. As a reminder, there's things that we physically can't cut. So for example, fuel costs. Fuel costs are what they are, and with the increase in the actual costs of items, we can't actually reduce those budgets because we're not going to be able to spend less than those. So obviously, as we go through the actual budget presentation schedules, you'll see that there are some costs that are equivalent or up from prior year, but those are ones that we're being fiscally responsible. We know because the cost of goods has increased that those costs will have to maintain. What has been reduced is the kind of the value added items, things that we're cutting, like adding new computers. If somebody's at that end of term. We're pushing that 1 year. So we've been really fiscally or frugally responsible to making sure with those individual expenditures, reducing those wherever we can. But back to the increase, so the $522,000, we have $100,000 of new debenture payments. So that is for the forced main, the debenture that we took for the forced main. That was about $1.3 million. So those payments start next year. So those are additional costs from prior year that we have to now cover in this year's budget. So as you can see, the 1.5% tax increase, the new debenture payment is almost using all of that increase. We also have an RCMP increase of $250,791. These are costs increase over prior year. So the RCMP actually, the net budget line actually increased by more than $250, but we had carried in some of those other savings from prior years. So when we did the carry forward, so this is actually the net increase to the taxpayers for RCMP this year, as well as the asset retirement obligation. This has been something that has been long talked about because the town of Vegreville is actually one of very few. We've done some extensive research, and Vegreville is one of only a handful of municipalities that owns a landfill in their financial statements. There's a lot of other municipalities that either have them as privately owned or in a commission. So the reason that the asset retirement obligation has hit the town of Vegreville so hard is because we own our own landfill, and that accretion expense for this year, which is something that actually has to go into the budget line, has increased by $171,000 over prior year. So our accretion expense, just to be clear, is actually higher than $171,000 a year. This is the increase over prior year. So that...
And just so we all know on this ARO, what it was last year, this 171 is added to that. And do we look at this as a constant, every year it's gonna go up?
For the most part. So what the asset retirement obligation, this accretion expense, is the difference in time value of money. So every year that amount just creeps up a little bit more using an implicit interest rate.
200,000 is not a little bit.
No, but this increase won't be $200,000 every year. This increase is due to the fact that we've adopted that accounting pronouncement. So in the future years, the increase is going to be like the 4% interest rate. Yes, so the $200,000 is this year because last year we adopted the ARO. So there was unbudgeted expenditures as a result of the ARO, which we did the council motion for. And then this year, we now have to budget for the costs that we actually know we are going to incur for the asset retirement obligation. And moving forward, this won't be every year where we're asking for an additional 170. Every year after that is the time value of money change. So it'll be an accretion expense for interest rate timing change. So it won't be this significant, but it will be continually adding on every year. There will come a point where it levels out, but because our landfill study shows that our landfill is available for use for quite a long time from now, it'll take a few years before we level out and where the accretion expense will just be consistent with prior years. Okay, and then one other thing I wanted to note about what is also included in the deficit right now is a 2% COLA with the value of $131,000. And then also grid movement for $105,000. So that's for staff that are entitled to grids and they're not maxed out. So
we need to be very transparent here. We have a 0.5 position at the RCMP that's new in wages. Plus there's an extra $60,000 in wages allocated to the pool this year.
Yes, and that is not because of any changes to the pool this year. It's from changes from multiple years ago that have never been budgeted. So we finally found the culprit, as we have known through our variance analysis in the last 2 years. Pool wages have always been higher than budget, and it took some deep diving to figure out exactly what happened there. As you know, there was one person that was like a custodian that was coded wrong, so we thought that was the issue, but it wasn't. It was actually these changes that were implemented by a prior CAO that were never actually reflected in the budget. So
we take the new debenture payment, the RCMP increases, the asset retirement obligations, and put for the wage increase $330. Add that all in there.
$1 million.
Yes. And at a 1.5% tax increase, we're not collecting that $1 million.
No,
Is this sustainable? Can we keep operating like this?
no. Well, and our reserves, as we know, because of the asset
have
retirement
no reserves.
obligations, our reserves have been moved to surplus, so we don't have reserves, we don't have tax collection to fund operations, so it's really coming down to, even with this deficit of $313,000, it's a level of service. So something as simple, like I had mentioned before, a computer or a laptop not being replaced or a desktop, that doesn't seem detrimental, but when we're running programs that are like doing the utility bills, like there's times when my staff have computers that are needing at the time of replacement, instead of running a batch or even a payroll batch, instead of taking 2 minutes to run a batch, sometimes it calculates for over an hour. And it's like, it's idle time. Like, it's not that my staff don't occupy themselves with other things to do. It's just when you're trying to focus and you have to keep moving your mouse to make sure that you're following the program. Obviously, if the batch crashes while you're in the process of that, there's implications to that too. So something as simple as pushing off a computer replacement 1 year can have negative effects on level of service. So that's where we're coming down to, is if we want to make any more cuts, if we don't want to increase taxes or increase fees and charges to balance this deficit of $313,000, we're very much going to be reducing level of service even further than what we have already in this budget.
Go ahead, Councillor Rudick.
Given the increased impact of the asset retirement obligation, which is outside of our control, and the huge impact in the budget as we've known it, and it's kind of colliding, unfortunately, at the same time, it seems obvious that we're going to have to look at the landfill in a different way. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do that today, but I wonder, obviously, other municipalities are using the commission format, but I also wonder there's a new positive inclusion in the MGA that allows for municipally controlled corporations. So maybe this might be an opportunity for us to be able to use that as a creative way to be able to remove this from our town of Vegreville responsibilities in terms of liabilities and move it over to a corporation that we control. And maybe we can start to realize some of the potential revenue that could be derived there.
Absolutely. So there's definitely, that is a large asterisk on our to-do list for the next year, is really to investigate how we can make this landfill fit into our operations better than the way it is right now, where it's not hurting taxpayers the way that we are right now. So like, we're looking at 1.5% tax increase is $151,000. So just the increase to the retirement obligation this year is a 1.7% tax increase.
So either landfill needs to start making some money to cover its own cost. But again, where we're looking at right now, at $151,000 in tax increases, doesn't come anywhere near the close to $1 million in the increases we're seeing from last year. So that's the reality, folks. I mean, this is what we have to deal with today. And if we don't start tackling this problem, it's just going to get worse.
Yeah.
Because every department was asked to find some cuts. Every department did. And the level of service is something that taxpayers expect from this municipality. There is no wants. There's nothing in this budget that is not 100% necessary right now. So, again, that a 1.5% tax increase doesn't really address the problem. I mean, if you're a realistic person, you need to take a look and say, if I ran my house this way, I'd lose my house next year. Okay, so let's start working through this.
Let's start working through this. So as of right now, to balance this budget without looking at anything else, we would need a 5% tax increase. That would result in additional, so the 5% tax increase over the 1.5% that we have right now would result in additional revenue of $353,008 net tax collected. So we'd have a small surplus of $40,000. Obviously, this is not the solution that council wishes right now, so administration looked at other ways to balance the budget, and the first place we looked was user fees. Hence, the fees and charges bylaw and the discussion of user fees. So next slide, please. This is our indicators that we love to look at every year. As always, the sales and user charges per capita for the town of Vegreville, the blue line is below the green line. And if you look at your slides on your presentation, it's really hard to see the gray outline on the screen, but you can see that the town of Vegreville has been consistently below. The median in 2024 was $1,018 per capita, and Vegreville is at $829 per capita. So we're $200 below the middle line. So median in a set of numbers, if there's 100 numbers, the median is number 50. So number 50 on the line, that's the middle one. So half of them are above and half of them are below. A 15% increase to the town's 2024 rates per capita would bring us to a value of $953.35 per capita. So that's actually $64.65 below the median cost on this chart as we are looking. Also, as noted, a 15% increase in user fees across the board that is presented in the fees and charges bylaw results in $613,590 additional revenue. So that puts us in a net surplus of over $300,000, and that could be used to replenish reserves or add in other number 2 items that are a priority that we have cut out of the budget. So, $613,590. And I have it as a surplus of 302, but I think with the 313, I think we're slightly higher now. For surplus, just a quick calc. 613,590 minus 313,126, and this is just because, yeah, so it's actually 300,000, 464.
And I just want the council to understand, like, some of the things that were cut, the number 2s, that, you know, that some of us thought were important, some thought it was, we'll make a decision later. Like in facilities, the $50,000 budget for repairs has been removed from this budget. So one rooftop unit goes down, Dan's department's gonna be coming to us and saying, where would I find this money? So there is lots of things that we're taking out of the budget to try to get close to a number that we can live with, but some of them are very vital to the everyday operations too, so. Okay, so is everybody clear on where we stand right now compared to other municipalities, our size or close to our size, when it comes to the average on user fees? Is there any more questions for admin on that? Okay.
Okay, excellent. So we'll just continue on here. So I have a couple more slides and then we can get into the detail of it. So I also have here a summary of tax increases, which is slide 5. So I've compared 2022 to 2025 tax increases. As you can note, Vegreville had a 0% in 2022. 2023, we did 1.9. 2024, like between 23 and 24, we did a 5% tax increase, which was us bringing us back. It was a 3% tax increase plus a 2% increase to bring us back to pre-COVID levels. And then 2025, we did 2.5%. If you look, we are quite low compared to the rest. So Devon, Didsbury, St. Paul, and Stettler are very good comparables of Vegreville. Not necessarily Devon. Didsbury, St. Paul, and Stettler are very good comparables of Vegreville. They are similar size, and they also have RCMP. I also have Vermilion in there because Vermilion is often compared to Vegreville. While they don't, there's an asterisk there, they do not pay for policing on the same funding model because they have population below 5,000. And then also just because City of Edmonton has had such high tax increases lately and everyone's been talking about it, this is what Edmonton's increases have been over the 5 years. So as you can see, Vegreville has been trying to be very fiscally responsible, not passing large tax increases on to their residents, but also even the 5% tax increase to balance the budget, while that's not necessarily the will of council right now, I am just showing that this is not something that's not been happening elsewhere. So tax increases have been across the board and are very common in the province of Alberta right now.
And I think that if we were to show 2021, where there was a 3% decrease in taxes, which really, we thought at the time was a good idea during the COVID timing, but really hurt us. And then that 5% in 2024 just brought our collection, the money that we bring in, back to where we were in a pre-COVID year. So everybody got the tax breaks, and we were living out of our reserves. And I can guarantee you that not having tax increases is probably one of the worst things you can do for your municipality. If you're not even covering inflation with your taxing, you're going backwards, and it's going to come back, and it's going to affect your decisions. Go ahead, Councillor Lemko.
Yes, I'm just looking at the summary of tax increases that you just mentioned, Director Saskew. And for clarification, I see the St. Paul one on 2022 at 41.32%. Is that a typo?
It's not a typo. It's actually, these numbers were taken from their property tax bylaw. I think there's a typo in their property tax bylaw. So the net tax collected went from 6 million to 9 million in 1 year. But I think there's a typo in that, and I meant to check that before my slides today, and I just never got a chance. So I will confirm that and get back to you, but I do believe there's maybe a typo in their property tax bylaw, and we'll have to actually pull financials to determine what happened there.
Yeah, I was just curious. I just noticed that there'd be a new council there now if that would happen.
There is.
So everybody's good with, I mean, you can look at other municipalities, but the truth is that what we do falls on us for our community. And to compare yourself and to say, well, they're bad, we're good, that doesn't make a difference. None of that makes a difference. What we need to do is to be very, what's the word? I mean, we need to protect what we have and set the foundation moving forward of what this is going to be. And we know that next year we're going to see growth that we're going to be able to tax, but that doesn't help us this year. And with the situation we're in with this new accounting practices, there's some tough decisions that have to be made here. So,
And I do want to remind council that by us having the tax decrease and then holding the 0% for those years and then increasing the 5% in 2024, if we would have just increased taxes 1% each one of those years and ended up the same net tax collected in 2024, we missed out on $1 million of revenue, because each year that we didn't collect that 1%, it's compounding interest. So by doing that decrease and then holding and then doing the increase several years later, we lost out on $1 million of net tax collected revenue, which the 1% I don't think would have hit the pocketbook quite as bad as like the 5% in 2024. So that is just also to note that like when we're only doing 0%, or if we're not doing, or if we're doing decreases, we're actually missing out on revenue every single year.
it's easy for you to say because you're sitting over there.
Well, I'm still paying taxes too. I know, like, there is still a very clear balance of tax increases and fiscally responsible budgeting. It is, I understand, and you guys are the ones that are taking it in the public, so.
Councillor Rudick.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think using our lens now and reflecting backwards is a little bit different. We are charged with making the best decisions that we can with the information that we have at the time. And I defend the decision that we made during COVID because we would have had people losing their homes and their businesses for sure.
Absolutely.
So we made a decision at that time that I think was the most responsible thing to do, and we protected people. And we did not have as many defaults as we would have had if we just bullishly gone ahead as we normally did, and we realized some savings. So to be fair, I think it was the right thing to do. But what you're highlighting to me is that capturing growth is a necessity. We cannot give a tax recession or concession without appreciating the growth. And We had talked yesterday in our legislative services meeting about the increase in development permits and building permits, which was 19 million, how many? 12 million, thank you. $12 million in building permits, and we won't be receiving any of that really until another year hence. So it's not like we're going to be starting to make money off of some of the investments, because, you know, to be fair, some of the things that we keep hearing in the public are, why did you spend money in Prosperity Park? Why have you spent money on something that nobody's at, without understanding that these are long plays? And what's different about what a municipality does is try to invest for the next generation of residents and businesses that are going to be here. And we've made some decisions to be able to lay the groundwork for the revenue that's coming. In addition to that, we can be very cautious and careful here, and the province go and put 14% on top of everything that we do. And the citizens that we represent will never understand that we've been very careful, and the province just goes and adds a whole bunch on top of that. So it's not an easy job to try to figure this out.
Absolutely. And just what I was getting to with the 1%, and not that I'm discrediting the great work the council did during that time and really helped people out, is that even just a nominal 1% increase per year over 5 years is $1 million of tax revenue. So it is, those small increases really do add up and compound over the years. So instead of doing a 1% 005 going forward, because like maybe there'll be lots of growth in 3 years from now, it's actually more fiscally responsible to just do a 1% every year and get that $1 million of tax revenue over that period of time.
And over 5 years, the inflationary pressures that we're seeing, plus the downloading from the provincial government and federal governments, plus the less money that we're being issued in grants for capital projects and operating. I mean, everything that we do, the other income source is going down, inflation's going up, and we have employees that we need to, make sure that they're being covered too in inflationary, the costing that everybody's seeing. So it's a bit of a juggling act. I'm not saying that in 2021 that we shouldn't have done what we did, but I know that it hurt. And now with what we're up against with these new accounting practices, so that's the reality. I don't think we need to keep talking about it, but go ahead, Councilor Brodziak.
So I'll direct this to Director Saskew. Just a reminder on slide number 5, the summary of tax increases. You have Vegreville set at 2.5%. Can you remind me what the difference is between this slide and then slide number 3? You say a 1.5% tax increase, so not
That
only
was
for me, but
for-
for the public.
2025 is a 2.5% increase over 2024. So that was what was built into 2025 budget.
Okay.
So we're looking at 2026
We're looking at 2026
budget.
will be the 1.5%.
Yes.
Thank you for the, yeah, thank you.
Well,
for that,
that's what
Director
the
Sachs.
numbers that being presented to us today are based on, a 1.5% tax increase for 2026.
And so the 1.5% tax increase, is that going to be a tax increase on the total assessment or just the total collected from last year?
It's the total collected from last year.
Okay, so could we get an example of what the assessment it was for last year compared to what the assessment is for 2026?
We don't
have that. We don't
yet.
have those numbers yet. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
that
would,
be-
I would normally include that if I had it, but we changed assessors this year and they were out hitting boots on the ground in October.
Okay, so of
he
course-
said early January.
Of course, that would be very beneficial to, to get the whole picture instead of, right now, we're just getting, we're guessing what the 1.5% will be because,
Well,
No, we know what the number will be.
like, we have no idea
We
what.
just don't know how it affects individuals.
And that, and that's what I would like to know is how it's going to affect individuals.
And that's something that we can determine more so when we're doing the property tax bylaw.
Because all of a sudden, if you're only collecting 1.5%, we're going to say that we're going to collect 1.5% on the total assessment. But if your assessment on your home goes up higher or lower, then we're not really reflecting the 1.5% across the board. So it's not really a true reflection to the residential or the non-residential, because we say 1.5%, but that's 1.5% on the total collected, not necessarily what their tax assessment is going to be.
That is true. And then also like at the first budget meeting, I have noted, like, we had the $12 million in building permits, the additional growth that we've had, and the assessments that we are likely, like, we have 7 new houses in Foxview. We have a couple other new build of houses throughout the town. So just the increase in assessment for those additional inputs this year in comparison to our last year's property, just because I can't provide the actual assessment for this year at this point in time. But what I did do is I reworked my property tax workbook from last year with the addition of the housing and the commercial developments that we have. And I can safely say, based on those calculations and those numbers, that we can do a 1% increase in tax without actually increasing anyone else's tax.
So it could potentially result in a decrease in taxes
It could, like I said, I
for
cannot,
people, which would kind of put us, I think, a step backwards.
yeah. So in my opinion, a 1% tax increase is capturing growth. And so we're at a 0.5 tax increase for additional costs.
So the people that are gonna see the biggest adjustment in their tax bill, or are people that their assessment hasn't changed for 25 years, and then have been on their value of their home, the assessment has been way down, hasn't changed. And then some other people that just bought a brand-new home or just bought a home, and their assessment was based basically on close to the sale. Those people are gonna see a reduction in their assessment because it's not fair to just chase that sale. But the other people that have been sitting there not saying nothing for the last 25 years, where their assessment hasn't moved, they're gonna see that their house is gonna be closer to the value that it should represent. And of course, when the assessment goes up, with another tax increase, they will see more. But they've not been assessed very properly for the last 25 years. If your house, if you look at the sales around you and your house assessment never changes, but your neighbor's just sold for twice what he paid for it the same day you bought yours, you know it's coming. I mean, it's not like it's gonna be a surprise to you.
But the hope is with that, though, is if the aggregate assessments increase and your piece of the pie still stays the same, that your taxes shouldn't be significantly impacted. It'll be your neighbor that's been paying really high taxes for 1 or 2 years after they've purchased their house and their assessment skyrocketed $100,000 more than the rest of their neighbors. There's more people that haven't had those big increases than there has been the sales. So the hope with this aggregate assessment, let's say, change, will be that those outliers are back to like the normal taxes. They're paying for the right piece of the pie, and then the rest of the aggregate assessment. So your assessment will go up and our mill rate can come down so that we're still paying similar taxes to prior year. It's just the assessment will be more in line with what actual market value of your home will be, and that our mill rate will be lower. And so when we're compared to other municipalities, we won't get the complaining saying our mill rate is so high, because the mill rate is only one piece of the puzzle when we're talking property tax calculations. So the net tax collected is what we set here today. We do the mill rate calculation for the property tax bylaw in the spring in conjunction with the assessment that the assessors provide to us. So the assessment is third party. We have no control over that. We take that number, we take the net tax collected that we decide today, and then we calculate the mill rate from that. It's a mathematical calculation. So there's no way that we can manipulate a mill rate other than if the assessment's increased or our property taxes decreased. Those are the only ways that we could reduce our mill rate.
Okay, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you. Just for the public, I think the whole premise of this is that everybody pays their fair share. Everybody's on an equal playing field. Once we get there, then we're gonna see those changes, and then with the growth, we're gonna be able to hopefully get everything back in a proper line. But the idea is that everybody's on a level playing field. As the mayor was saying, you have high, you have low, we get you all on the same playing field, and then our mill rate goes down, and everybody's paying what they're supposed to pay.
Okay, let's keep going. We got
Keep on.
45 minutes in, we're only on the second slide.
We're on slide 5.
5, okay, sir.
So I only have one more slide. So the last slide here is the community services. So this is a summary of the community services department that we maintain. Those one-time payments that we do to user groups and other items, and then also like the Canada Day fireworks. So as you can note, the last line item is the Centennial Library, And they came to us with their 15% reduction ask of $221,000. So $39,000 decrease over what was paid in the prior year. So that was, that came to us yesterday. The FCSS volunteer coordinator, so that is in conjunction with the county of Minburn. I think Councillor Curtis has more information on exactly what that is. That's where that $25,000 is for that coordinator right now. And then we have the Northern Lights fees, the Crossroads Regional Economic Development, which is also in conjunction with the county. The STARS ask, that is something that we did not fund last year. They did come and make their presentation again this year, so that is in there. Prairie Tales, $20,000 we paid last year, same as prior year, and same thing with Vegreville Transportation Services Society. So those are built into this budget where we're at a current deficit of $313,000.
Anybody want to comment on any of these? Okay, well, the FCSS volunteer coordinator, it's just another position. We're already looking at over $300,000 in new wages in this budget. Myself personally, I can't see that moving forward. Anybody else want to weigh in on that? Go ahead, Councilor Curtis.
Yeah, thanks. That was brought up at one of the FCSS meetings. CAO Potabrozny was there. And I don't know where it's gone with the county, but the ask was to bring it back to both the county budget and the town. Where it lands is up to council, obviously, on both sides, but it was asked to be brought back.
It's another position that's going to stay in our, go ahead, Councilor Broadjeff.
So it was my understanding that the volunteer coordinator position might possibly be funded through a grant application that was submitted through the Healthy Aging Alberta grant. Was that?
I'm not sure which grant. They had mentioned that they could apply for grants for it, but obviously there's no guarantee of that. But I think there is grant funding available. But we also had mentioned, the nonprofits coming together to work on this on their own. They're the ones that need this the most. To have more volunteers, and as we mentioned, more people needed for casinos coming up with the Edmonton Casino and that. So, but I don't know where they're at with their application or what exact stream they're going for.
And
On the aging
that's
grant,
in FCSS.
that's in FCSS. That's over $300,000 that the grant would help with labor costs for that grant itself. So that was the difference when we were looking at this year and next year's, why there was a $700,000 difference in our cost to employees. Well, 300 of that was basically included in the grant funding for that grant the FCSS was looking for. So I don't think that's in or out of our budget. I mean, that if they get the grant funding and it covers the extra staff they need, fine. But this is something, this $50,000 to start a year, that it would depend on the county being in every year, and it will grow every year in the costing of this new position. Because this is exactly what this is a new position within FCSS. So, go ahead, Councilor Lemko.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm looking at line 3, STARS grant for $11,416. And as we sit here discussing of where we can save some money, and I know STARS is dear to many people in the community, and but we've never paid them before. And maybe this is a time when we have to decline their ask again, as we are in financial stress right now as a municipality. So I'm just going to say I support not funding STARS this year.
Okay. So, let's just go down the list here then. VTSS is the same ask they've had for many years. Is there anybody against that funding? Okay, Prairie Tales at 20, the same as it has been for the last few years. Anybody that's against that? Stars at the 11,416. Anybody against that? Okay, and it is sad, but again, I know that every time they show up at my doorstep, I buy tickets and I buy calendars, so I know that there's money coming out of this community, so. Okay, next one is Crossroads Regional Economic Development at $25,000. Anybody against that? Okay, next is Northern Lights, which we've already agreed that we were going ahead with. Okay, Canada Day Fireworks. This is out of Jameson's department that run this. Is that correct, Jameson? Yes. And this is, we hire professional shooters and stuff for this?
Yeah, that's correct, Your Worship. It's not, this $10,000 isn't in my total budget. It would fall under community services, but the last few years, we've hired the same company. They've been pretty gracious in terms of keeping their costs year after year, the last 3 years, 10. The hope would be that they would be able to do it one more time at $10,000, but I am also anticipating that there will be at some point an increase because the last 3 years has come in at that point. And well, we've all realized that that's not the way the world works. Eventually the price goes up, but I did chat briefly with them last year and they're going to do everything in their power to give us one more year at 10,000.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Rudick.
So I had a question actually about Canada Day from a resident just recently who mistakenly assumed that it was still largely funded by and run by volunteers, which has been some time ago since we took that over. And there was a time when the town used to contribute to the fireworks with a small grant. Is there a way for us to reduce this cost? Like have a sponsorship for fireworks or?
Well, you know what? Never say never. Beg your pardon. Again, trying to be the... Sorry for the ISO, Councillors Curtis and Lemko. Yeah, there's... The problem is that you have to lock it in early. So yeah, we could go to the businesses and say, hey, do you want to pay for the fireworks? But the businesses are already tapped. Like the money comes from somewhere. Whether it comes from putting it in this budget where everybody pools together to pay for it, or it comes from, you know, a gracious business owner or two. But in speaking with my colleagues at the Chamber of Commerce, there's not a lot of money floating around right now. And we could lessen the ask by lessening the show, or we could cancel it entirely. You know, I mean, my staff, there's a good chunk of us that, you know, we don't get paid at all to be there. Myself personally, 12 hours volunteered. Dan Kuzmic, 12 hours volunteering. You know, if you guys want, we can certainly cut it. But I don't know if I feel right putting it onto the businesses saying that if you guys don't sponsor it, we don't do it.
I appreciate that, and I certainly don't want to imply that businesses are feeling flush right now any more than we are. I'm just trying to weigh out, you know, if we're looking at things that are on this list, most of these things are entities that you're able to enjoy, whether you agree with them or not, throughout the course of the year, not just for one 5-minute enjoyment.
You are not wrong. Fireworks are pricey. And as His Worship said, this is needs versus wants, and I'll leave that decision ultimately up to the 7 that sit there.
Yeah, and I guess this is where, you know, it's been a long time since I've asked for this, but I would like to have some public involvement in some of these things, because this would be where it would be nice to be able to have a group of citizens that wanted to weigh in. We've all been elected to make these bigger decisions, but this would be where I'd like to hear from people. Is it important for you? Do you even attend the fireworks? Or is this as important to you as potentially having, you know, like Prairie Tales, I'll use them as an example, who are providing a valued service on behalf of many people and actually saving us money in other departments by giving this money here. So.
It's a little late for that input today, but it's something that we can look at. So once we've taken this over, We had $5,000 was the grant funding that we provided to the Knights of Columbus. And that year that they said that they were not going to be involved, there was some accounting struggles over there, I'll say, but whatever. I did approach the car dealerships in town, and between the three of them, they donated $5,000 and made up the difference. I have not personally gone back and tapped that well, and if there was a concentrated effort to go to the businesses, I'm sure that we could probably get it, but is that our role? I mean, go ahead, Councillor Jagowick.
Yes, thank you. Manager Brown, just a question for you because I have no idea what the answer is. Given that it's a community event that likely attracts people from our region, I don't imagine that the smaller communities and hamlets right around us are sponsoring their own fireworks. Does anyone know the answer to that?
I guarantee you they don't.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to answer your question, and I would prefer not to hazard a guess. I'd be willing to wager that they have found ways to offset those costs if they are even offering fireworks, which is probably the bigger question. We tabulated 3,500 people at the Canada Day event last year.
Without knowing who is from Vegreville and who's
Oh,
visiting
God,
from
yeah.
us, right?
Yeah.
So my question is then, have we ever offered communication with smaller communities in our region, given that most of their residents, if they want to partake in a Canada Day festivity, are coming to Vegreville? Have we reached out to their municipalities asking if they would partner with us on those things?
No, I'll be frank and say at least not in my time. This would be year 4 going into this event falling under, my purview. Obviously, the town of Mundare is actively involved with us on a tourism component because they sit at the table, which is great. It's great community collaboration. They sit as a member of the Vegreville Tourism Advisory Committee. We haven't tapped any other municipalities or gotten their feedback on whether or not they would like to pool resources, at least not a specific request like that.
For sure. But perhaps reaching out to the County of Midburn and the County of Two Hills and at least offering, an opportunity for them to work with us on those things. I think that's worth finding out, right?
That can be done.
Okay, so it's right now, the question is anybody against the $10,000 for the Canada Day fireworks? Looks like it's staying.
I think I am.
Oh, did you put your hand up? I didn't see it.
I didn't put my hand up, but I think if we're talking about wants and needs, I'm all for a good party. I appreciate the fact that we're trying to celebrate. At the same time, we were getting loudly criticized for having a lackluster fireworks at the Egg Park at times when we weren't even responsible for it. So we are responsible for it now. So in recent years, we have not received criticism.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, yeah,
Please
the
clarify.
feedback's been pretty
I got-
overwhelmingly positive over the last few years, I
No,
think.
sorry, Manager Browning, it's my long in the tooth, old experience here speaking. So we were getting historically a lot of criticism for it, but I feel like if we're talking about what we need and what we want, I would reduce this. So I'm not in favor of 10,000.
Well, I guarantee you, you'll never get a professional shooter to come out for anything less than this. So if you said that you wanted to take $5,000 out of this,
Yep.
it would be, you couldn't have it. It would be this with these guys, or you take anything out of this, it won't happen. And that's just the reality in this business. And the fact that if we said, well, we'll try to find another shooter, Canada Day is a pretty
It's a hard day to
pretty
get.
busy day. I mean, to find somebody else that's not covered, and for $5,000, you wouldn't get anywhere near what we got when we got criticized like we were before. So it's either we're in at this price, which is probably going to cost us more next year, or we just shut it down now. But you are against this, and
Well, I think we need to look at other options. I just feel like I'm happy to be the hub for the region and embrace that role as a larger municipality, but we can't keep doing it at our own citizens and our residents and our businesses' cost.
And again, like, we are a hub for sure, and our businesses do benefit from all these people that come to all the events that the town puts on. It would be nice if some of these local businesses said, you know, I see value in this because this is what brings people to my front door of my business. I think I would like to participate in this. But without asking them, they're probably not going to come running and asking if they could voluntarily donate some money to the Canada Day festivities. So, other than Councillor Rudick, was there anybody against this $10,000 staying in the budget? Okay. Next is the FCSS volunteer coordinator position. Does anybody else want to talk about this, or go ahead, Councillor Jagalik?
I'm on the FCSS board, so I'll speak to it a little bit. My understanding is the FCSS volunteer coordinator position is filling a need that was brought forward over, for sure, recent months. We were even asked this question at the candidate forum, how we were going to work towards helping volunteers connect with the organizations that need them, given that volunteer burnout is a serious problem. It's usually the same people volunteering over and over and again. And so all these not-for-profit organizations, the ones that, you know, really keep our community running and offer vital services, they're struggling because they don't have the volunteers that are needed to do the work. So FCSS was asked or presented with the opportunity to coordinate volunteers within the community, which obviously, as I mentioned, is a really needed service. However, given that this is a new service offered this year and the position that we're in, I would rather table it, defer it until next year, rather than fund it now and then next year have to tell them, depending what position we're in, have to cut funding that way. We don't know what the county's response was to their $25,000 ask. And the other component to this is that I do feel like there's an opportunity to fill the same need, but doing it more in-house rather than beginning a whole new program. I think just listing volunteer opportunities on our website, whether it's our website, FCSS's website, I believe the county has something similar where if you're looking to volunteer, you can go on that website, you can find the connections that way, you can reach out to their community services director. So perhaps that's something that we can look into doing in-house with staff we already have. So that would be my recommendation for the FCSS volunteer coordinator position.
Okay, and everybody needs to understand, this is another position, and that position comes with benefits, comes with holidays, comes with all of these things that cost the municipality. And it's, next year, if we said we couldn't fund this, then we would now have, how do we, that employee come off? Like, is it on a one-year contract? I doubt if that's the way the position would be represented. So, all those that are against the FCSS volunteer coordination, 25,000. It's gone. And again, in merit, there is a lot of merit to it. I know that Lisa, at one time, she was in that role and she did a great job. And again, but it's just where we're at now, like bringing on more employees. People don't understand all the things that come with a new employee. Everything else is just a lot of money. And next on the list is the Vegreville Centennial Library. And I really want to thank Crystal and her board and get everybody over there. When we had a conversation about where we're at right now in our community with our changes to our financials, and again, through something that was forced upon us, they took it very seriously, and I want to thank them. I mean, that's 15% is just exactly what we needed, and we look at every department that we have, and everybody is taking cuts. So, is there anybody against? Well, I didn't think so. Okay, so we're good there.
Yep. Okay, let's move right along. So that is the end of my formal PowerPoint presentation. Where we're sitting right now with STARS and the FCSS volunteer position removed, we have a deficit of $275,085. So as we had mentioned earlier, fees and charges with a 15% increase across the board is a value of $613,990. So with that, we are now at a surplus of $338,905. So what we need to look at now is the fees and charges bylaw and integrate that into the budgetary. So in the council drive, I've added the draft fees and charges bylaw. We can open that up and talk about these changes. So as noted, administration was asked to see what it would look like with a 15% increase applied across the board. As a reminder, that's $613,000 increase overall to fees. And that's something that we need council's input on. Obviously, this will have impacts across the board. It'll be impacting users as they use the different services.
Okay, so just so everybody understands here, the new surplus we're talking about after the last little bit is how much?
The surplus with or without the increase to user fees.
With a, okay,
So we're at a deficit of 275,000.
right now, okay.
And then with the fees and charges increases at 15% across the board, we're at a surplus of $338,905.
And we're gonna take a break here, a 5-minute break, but I want everybody to understand too, there is things that have been taken out of this budget that are very crucial to our operations. And if we can come to some sort of agreement as we go through this fees and charges bylaw, we need to take that into account. There is some things that need to get back in there just to sustain some of the operations that we have to. So for right now, we're gonna take a 5-minute bio break and then we'll start up again. So everybody has their mic on, please turn it off.
the PDF.
Are we good to go? Okay, so we're back, and now we're gonna be looking at the fees and charges bylaw. Just for some clarity, moving forward, FCSS has reached out. The position of the volunteer coordinator would be a contracted position. They would not be subject to the benefits and everything else that most town employees receive. And we'd like to note that in the next coming year, we should have some feedback somehow from the residents of Vegreville regarding the Family Day celebrations and the costing and the amount of employees that are taking it, use that day and stuff. So I don't know how we do that, but if we can find a way to engage.
The Canada Day celebrations. We have at our disposal now a survey company that we can create surveys online. So it is something that we can put forward to the community in like late winter, early spring next year to have our, to have an answer before Canada Day, and whether or not the community feels that this is a worthwhile activity that the town puts on.
Okay. So moving forward with the fees and charges bylaw. So we've taken and added a 15% to everything that we do. So does everybody want to go line per line, or do we just want to identify some outliers or some places where we see some concerns? Councillor Lemko, what are your thoughts?
I think if we go line for line, your worship, we might be here till July 1st. I mean, line by line is a lot. I think we just tackle the outliers and go from there.
Okay, Councillor Jagol.
I don't care to go line for line, however, I do want to drop back into the recreation facility fees and charges schedule Q that we discussed last budget meeting.
Okay, so just not to cut you off, but the administration fees is where we're gonna start, and so is there anything in there that anybody wants to talk about? When we look at the services that are provided, if someone comes in and wants some information or a duplicate copy of something like this, I still don't think that we're actually even covering our cost in any way, shape, or form.
Probably not. And like for the most part, these fees are only used when somebody is coming in and requesting like a large chunk of paper. Like for the most part, if someone comes in and asks for a utility statement, we tend to just print it off and give it to them. These fees are here to protect us if somebody wants a 3,000-page document. But if it's just a one-off, oh, hey, I lost my utility bill, often we'll just reprint it without charging them the extra 58 cents.
Okay, so is there anything in here that anybody would like to bring forward?
I just have a question.
Okay,
If there is a FOIP request, is this covered in the administrative fees, or is it a separate? I just tried to.
FOIP requests are covered under a different schedule. They are Schedule A, the access to information fees.
Thank you.
And those costs are set by the province.
Okay, thank you for clarifying
One
that.
addition, I can comment on a couple of additions. So the second line, the assessment information request, the minimum charge per hour and photocopying, that was recommended actually by our prior assessors. So there are those assessment review groups that kind of go through people's fees and charges by law, and if they note that that's not in there, they'll request information on all 3,000 roles. So this is being put in there to protect us from that. That is if you're a third party requesting information. If somebody wants information on their tax roll, we're able to provide it to them without charging a $27 fee. And also the only other thing that would impact, let's say businesses around, is the tax certificate fee. So that has been increased to 15%. It was, I think, $30 and now it's $34.50. So that would be passed on to individuals when they're purchasing or selling homes. But the $4 increase I don't think is gonna be detrimental in comparison to like the prior $30 fee.
okay, so we'll move on to Schedule C. And it's the airport fees and charges. Basically, when we look at these, Dale, do you know offhand how much money we lose every year at the airport?
Yeah, I can find that in just a minute. The fee at the airports, the increase of three. Sorry, Jameson, I'm on it. It's an automatic 3% increase for the land leases for us at the airport, and increasing it by another 12 to make it a 15% is a revenue increase overall of $1,440
$1,400.
for all of our leases at the whole.
Yeah. And what it comes down to, the biggest user at the airport doesn't benefit the town of Vegreville, the residents of the town of Vegreville. It is basically for the residents of the county.
Correct, it's crop dusters, yeah.
Okay, is there anybody that would like to discuss any? Go ahead, Councillor Brodziak.
I think looking at these airport fees, they seem very nominal, and I'm looking at the event fee, $133 per event. I know at Rotary, we do rent our Peace Park rental, and we've had a substantial increase this year, and it's specifically due to insurance. So I don't know if they have to provide their own insurance, or do we have a blanket insurance, or that seems very, very low for an event fee to be charging.
We do have the fly-in breakfast and then the drag racing, and the Drag Racing Association is required to carry their own liability insurance, and that's one thing that we go through every year, so.
I would almost suggest to put an increase for sure for the event fee. I think these charges are quite low.
Okay, this is the fee that the Drag Racing Association pays right now. There's no other users out there. I don't, like the fly-in breakfast, do they have to pay? No, because it's the Vegreville Flying Club that puts that on, and they're already involved out there. So is there anybody else that wants to go more than the 15% on the event fee that's in here right now at $133.32?
This already has increased.
It already has the 15% in there. Yeah.
It's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
The airport deficit is 72,000 average per year after revenue. That's what it cost us to run the airport.
Okay.
If, does anybody, well, how many events per year? Is it 4 times that they do the drag races?
Approximately 4, and then a rain out day, they'll schedule an additional. This year was a little higher because of the crack filling and painting of all the lines and symbols at the airport, so next year we'll see a reduction of about 30,000 on expenses for that.
But averaging, like where we're at today, we're looking at around $72,000 in a net loss at the airport.
So if, like, just comparing usage of our facilities, for example, if you were gonna rent the library gym, is it not $100 for an hour? I just feel like maybe this is a little bit low. They're getting, I mean,
Manager Kuzmic just said $50 for the.
$50 for an hour. So imagine even extrapolating that same fee over time for this location. I wonder if it's worth increasing the fee, because that just seems equitable.
So to make any type of dent in the deficit that we see out there, what would you propose?
Applying for a grant to the federal government for the increased in funding that is allowed for transportation, ports and airports, but that's a separate issue. So that would be one thing that I would suggest, but in the interim, I think if we're having events out there, I think we should maybe, I appreciate that there's an event fee that allows for whether it's short or long, but maybe we try to derive that fee based on an hourly, you know, just trying to be a little bit fair about the usage of our service that we're providing. Because are we providing any staff time out there? Is that extra?
Really, there's not a lot of staff time. The grass is being cut regardless. At times for a fly-in breakfast, for example, If they're gonna use the terminal building, then we would go and make sure that the sewer tank at the airport terminal has been emptied and that the water tank has been filled. The drag racers don't require that because they bring in other means for porta potties and things.
Okay, well, I wouldn't be opposed to increasing the event fee.
Anybody else want to go and increase the event fee? Go ahead, Councillor Rowe.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Rudick on the fact of, I feel like you're never gonna catch up to what we're losing on the airport. But I mean, for an entire event, $133, I feel like that's a little cheap and it can go up.
Okay, so we're open to a proposal.
And just for a little more history, quite a few years ago, the airport was seeing pretty much zero use. And the thought was then to keep the rates low to increase the use of the airport. And then it was brought in that we would have this rate and have a 3% automatic escalator, which we've had for many years. So the airport fees all have been going up 3% per year, every year, to try and keep up. Just so you know why it's at the rate it's at now is because economic development felt that the airport is a major asset for our community. And if we kept the price down, people start to use it more and get more business, more courier, something happening out there to keep the lease rates down. And then incorporated 3% annual increment that we have. So that's why it's kind of on the low side, is because of that reason.
Go ahead.
So, in the absence of being able to speak with the drag racers directly, which I'm sure they'll be happy to reach out to me separately, I propose if we increase it for $200 per event would be $800 for the year, which is a nominal fee for events during the year.
Okay, so we're looking at basically 67% or $67 an event increase. All those in favor? Carry. Next, we're going to move to Schedule D. Okay, so this is the animal fees and charges. Everybody's had a look at this. Is there any part here that anybody wants to discuss? Seeing none, we'll move forward. Schedule E, the arena admission and fees charges. This would kick in next year, in September. So seeing none. Okay. Next is Schedule F, the building permitting fees. So Dale, if you just give Director Lefebvre, if you just give us a little history on building permits and stuff and with the increases that we were seeing already and what your department's done here.
Right, with the 15% increase, it's taking your building permit fee to basically, there's $7,200 for a commercial business or building permit application. So up to the first million is now going to be $7,200 flat from about a $6,800. And then the $540 per thousand after that is now going to be $7.22 per thousand. I did have Tammy at our office take one of our bigger building permit applications to give you an idea what that means for a developer. So we'll use an apartment, let's just say worth about exactly $3.5 million on the building permit build. The previous amount would have been at $5.25 per thousand of construction value for any portion over the million. The million is the 6,560 fee. That's what's happening today for that first million. That's for the building inspectors, the building permit fees through the whole process of the construction. So that building permit fee then is subject to a 4% safety codes fee, which is $560, which we're mandated to pay that amount. We're not changing that. So the total building permit fee as of today is $20,245. With the proposed 15% increase, the 15% increase takes the first million at $7,216. And then we increase the amount per $1,000 after the million. We would then be putting in a building permit fee total of $21,006. What we're proposing is now a 5% admin fee being added on, and we'll call it admin fee, a permitting fee by the town. So if we're looking for that 15%, remember the last time we met that the building inspections team, the inspections group, was asking or notifying us of a 10% increase. So there's 10 there. It gets a little convoluted because we have the cost of the building permit. They take 75% as the inspections group for doing the inspections. We lose 4% to the Safety Codes Council, and then the 21% revenue comes to the town. So what we're doing is we're going to keep that 10% that the inspections group is looking for at a 5% permitting fee that's on the total of the building permit value. And that's how we will increase our revenue without affecting the agreement we have with the inspections group. So when we do that, today, the cost of that building for building permanent fees, including SCO, and the 21% of the town is $20,245, and it will be $23,539 with the new increases. So it's an increase of $3,300 on a $3.5 million build.
And again, the 10% is going directly to the inspections group, and 5% is what we're increasing our fees here. And we go through it, like, just for a development permit in the city of Edmonton on a project, you're looking at $60,000 just for the development permit. So, is there any questions on this schedule here? Okay. That's still covered in the rest of this. So the next one is Schedule G, business license fees. So I know that some councilors have had some interaction with some home businesses that want to know why they have to pay more than a bricks and mortar company that pays taxes on their operations. So residential business tax now is going up to $86.25, a 15% increase. And the regular business license itself is $28.75. So again, it's the business license in a bricks and mortar standalone business is because they are paying another tax on their whole operation, and it's based on income, it's based on a lot of things, the way that non-res is set up. And so the residential business, the home-based businesses, that's why they're higher. Does anybody have any questions on this schedule? The non-residential general contractor is somebody that's coming in here and putting up a building and stuff. So they're paying $1,150. And that's only for that one project. If they have another project, then they would be subject to that again.
That's correct. It's for that single project, but also it allows that contractor that's pulling that overseeing larger amount of fee is that the sub-trades underneath that contractor do not require a business license. They'll umbrella underneath that one.
Okay, anything there? Okay. Next is Schedule H. This is, this perpetual, what's the word?
Perpetual.
Perpetual care is something that we have never really captured in a very good way. It goes on forever. And this is some other outlier that we see where other municipalities don't manage, don't have their own cemetery, And we do not come close to capturing anywhere near what their expenses are out there, but it's nice to see that the columbarium side is getting is recognized more as more of a traditional way, because it does keep our costs down. And when we do have to do some work, we're removing a little door, a little plaque, and it's not anywhere as, like on a weekend for someone to go out and have our staff look after a burial on the weekend. It's, they're getting double time or time and a half or whatever they get. So is there anybody that would like to discuss anything in this schedule? Okay. Schedule I, the criminal record and live scan fees. Again, 15% charge up on that. The volunteers must have a letter from their agencies, but there's still no charge for that, so. Okay, fire fees and charges.
And just one note with the fire fees and charges, when we get into the vehicles, like the apparatuses, we tend to use the Alberta transportation rates, and those, we won't know those rates till April, because they release them at their fiscal year when they do their changes. So for the current ones, like a lot of them say, based on the Alberta transportation rate, we would just do an extra 15% on those. And the majority of that is charged directly to the insurance companies.
Okay, anybody have any questions here? So for those watching, we've had some negative comments in the past about us after we are done fighting a fire in town, that we have sent out bills for the fire suppression cost, and we've only followed through with these charges when we bill an insurance company. The most standard policy that you'll see in this community, you have insurance for fire suppression. And if you don't, or you're very limited on your coverage, the process is to bring it to council, and council has seen that twice, and council has forgiven those charges. It comes down to, at the price of the new equipment, at the price of operating, if there's opportunity and you're already carrying the insurance, your policy is included in your policy, it would make no sense not for us not to charge your insurance company. And I know a lot of people are out there saying, oh, I can't believe you guys are doing this. You're taking money out of people's pockets. What we're doing is we're accessing the coverage that you have on your policy, is all it really is. So I know there's still people are going to be saying, I can't believe you guys are doing this. But if you had a car accident and you had rental car coverage in your policy, would you go pay it out of your own pocket to rent that car? Probably not. Well, hopefully you wouldn't. Okay, next is Schedule K, and this is all basically, we don't really rent out any of our equipment.
We do not typically rent out our equipment. Sometimes the sanding unit, once in a while, or the street sweeper, but it is quite minimal, really. This actually mostly affects our contracted services that we're still operating for the operators, the trucks, and if we have to do some work in town and it requires a dollar amount, if we're gonna assist a developer with a water and sewer tie-in, then we've got rates that are approved by the Alberta road builders so that we're charging a fair price that's industry standard.
And a lot of times we do in-kind work. So when there is a grant involved for festivals or other things that are happening in town, and the town volunteers, employees, or we do in-kind work for them, they have to show a number on what the services would be worth against their grant. And again, just when we're just doing in-kind work for nonprofits, it's nice to be able to say that if we're gonna give you $3,000 worth of in-kind work a year, this is what our rates are, and then we can have a point that we can come back and say, this is what we can do for you, so. Okay. Is there any questions on this schedule? Everybody's good with it? There is some explanation at the end. Now, L, the library rental fees. Is there anybody that has any questions on this facility here? Okay. Schedule M, the multiplex. That is the Heather curling rink is within certain times of the year, so we rent that to them for how many months at a time?
Roughly from October till the end of March.
So that's a contract that they pay so much. We would love to see more activity in that facility, and hopefully with some conversations with the Ag Society moving forward, they would like to look at all of our current contracts that we have in place, and some of them are right from the very day. This building does not ever do what it was intended to do, really. I mean, it just doesn't, the usage doesn't live up to what it was built for. And again, some of that's on us too. The kitchen facility there is very bad, and it doesn't lend itself to the type of events that it could be holding. So, and it's the number one complaint that we get about that building is that, and there's no elevator. And again, these are huge costs. I mean, the renovation of a kitchen space would not be too much not to do, but the elevator cost would be a lot, so. So nothing there. N, enforcement charges. So CAO Ling, if you can just update us on how we can't go 15% on these because we're already in a contract situation.
No, these include a 15% increase. We are currently in contract situations with the 4 communities. Those contracts expire in 2026, at the end of 2026. So 15% increase to fees here shows them what their potential next contract will be included. And if we have, for example, if another community asks for a CPO patrol for a parade or some sort of special event that they have going on, these would be the fees that they would be charged. And so they're subject to that 15% increase as well.
So typically, when we enter into a contract to provide this service through another municipality, we have a rate increase yearly built into the contract.
Yes, it's an escalator of 3%.
So I would say that one of the most important things that we need to make a decision on moving forward before this current contract runs out, is it beneficial to the residents of the town of Vegreville to keep supplying this contracted service? So we have a year to basically take a look at this and weigh the pros and cons of what it costs against what we bring in, so. Everybody's good with this one right now? These are the costs for any new ones. Go ahead, Councillor Broadjack.
I'm happy to hear that you want to do a comparison, because that was one of the letters that I received last week, was that they were concerned about our contracted patrol to other communities. So they wanted to make sure that we are in fact being responsible with what we charge out and what our expenditures are regarding CPOs.
We used to do a lot more contracted services too. We used to do the operation for Ace Water Commission, and we had some other municipalities. We worked for the county, and they've given some notices. So again, we need to look at overall how we were delivering these services, what the employee status was, how many employees we had for these services, and where we're at today, where we're not supplying these services, and what it would look like if we weren't providing these services too. So we will get into that in the new year. But for right now, moving forward, any new contract that would be to sign, this would be the starting point. Okay. Schedule O, planning and development. Anybody see anything in here they'd like to discuss? Okay, we're moving on. Schedule P. So, Manager Kuzmic, the community needs to know, are the three ball diamonds at the Ag Society out of play this year?
No, we're gonna have to use them again this year.
Okay. So we've seen a 15% increase to per team for adult slow pitch, and then the hourly rate for the diamonds.
Your worship, just, he doesn't have a microphone and they can't hear him
Oh,
in the meeting, so when he answers, just maybe repeat it.
no, that's fine. And nobody wants to. Yeah. So, the question being, are we going ahead with using the three ball diamonds at the Ag Society this summer? And Manager Kuzmic said, yes, we are. So, after a conversation curling last night with a member of the Ag Society, they didn't know that. But they weren't on the administration side of the Ag Society either. So we'll put that question out there right now so that everybody understands that we are going to be using those diamonds for this coming year. Okay, Schedule Q. So, who wants to start here? Go ahead, Councillor Jagalik.
I will start by asking Manager Kuzmic if there's any additional information for us following the last meeting where Councillor Rudick had requested usage data, and I believe I had asked for cost savings. I'm just curious if we have that before we dive into.
So with that Intelli system, it's super hard to get our information off. I don't have the cost savings, but I do have some stats for you if you'd like.
Perfect.
So our 6-month passes for our individuals, or our individual passes, they go between students and seniors. We sell 110 6-month passes, and annually we have 26, so yearly passes for that group. For families, we run an average of 12 active 6-month passes and 65 full facility year-long passes a year. $65. And again, those numbers, they're hit and miss. The only thing we can pull off of Intelli, off of our Intelli system at the moment, is active memberships. So it's hard to look back at the history. This is just what we got going on actively. And that went back took an average from 2022 to 2025 right to date, so.
So, I guess the question here is, at this 15% increase, have you projected what the pool's income would increase if we're using the information that we had the last year?
I did not. Maybe Megan can take this one.
Okay, I looked at this, and as Dan noted, Intelli is atrocious, and they put everything into a deferred revenue. So looking at the actual values for this year to date, until we reclass all of the deferred revenue, I don't actually know where we're at. So Manager Kuzmic originally put some increases in to the budget for increases in the year. I have not added any additional 15% increase in that $613,000 figure that I gave when we said we did a 15% increase across the board, just because, like, for registration fees, we originally normally budget $85,000, and this year we bumped it up to $100,000. So in my opinion, the 15% was already integrated prior to us talking about a 15% across the board. So I did not actually touch recreation revenue, because my hopes is that we get a new ERP solution and we can actually track revenue throughout the year without having, so what I have to do right now, we have revenue in as $74,000 for the year for aquatics. The budget is 85. I have to go through and pull all the deferreds out. There might actually be more revenue in there right now, but I'm not aware of exactly what it is, because I have to pull out a deferred revenue report from Louise at the pool and go and actually make journal entries. And so it's because Intelli is too fancy. And so when we buy a family pass, say we buy it in February, it doesn't recognize the year's worth of revenue in February when we purchase it. It puts it in that deferred, and then it's supposed to bring into revenue every single month from the deferred, but it doesn't. So that's, I get all this revenue stuck in deferred, and then we have to, several times throughout the year, filter it back through revenue. So in my opinion, the $100,000 that he has budgeted for 2026 is likely feasible for what we're gonna earn. But at this point in time, I'm not increasing it further, because I don't actually know that we're gonna earn more than that. Because as of this moment in time, we have $74,000 in actual revenue. In the prior year, we had 102. As I noted, there's some revenue that's stuck in a liability account right now, or a deferred account. So that I can't calculate very easily with the programs that we currently have. So whether we increase or decrease fees at this point in time in the fees and charges bylaw will not impact our budget. That's my long-winded story. So we have an increase set for next year. I think that revenue is likely to occur even with a different increase in fees and charges. But I wasn't comfortable putting an extra 15% on that, just because I cannot justify with us only being at 74,000 in December. Like I said, there's deferred revenues that need to be brought in.
But I think we can safely say that if we base the revenue on paid at the pool, and we're talking the pool itself, if we said $100,000, that's basically a good year for us right now.
Yeah.
So if we take in the 15% increases you have in here, so that's $15,000 more a year. We've already added $60,000 to lifeguards in wages. So we're not getting anywhere near what our costs are going to be by adding $15,000. And we looked at the per capita on all of our operations. The pool at $90 per capita was the highest. It's about to balloon through the roof. And we're only at, on a good year at 100,000, we're only adding $15,000 more in revenue. But then we need to look at something else too. The COLA and the grid. So that $60,000 that we're added to our labor cost is going to go even a lot higher. So is there anybody here that feels the 15% increase across the board is not justified here, or they want to see something else done? Councillor Jagalik.
So I just want to clarify, so what you're saying, Director Saskew, is that our current system does not break down for us what's been bought over the last 12 months or on a monthly period, so there's no way for us to know where our revenue is coming when it comes to this chart of user fees.
In fact, it does the exact opposite. It defines it way too much. So it takes, instead of just putting that, like, the Jagalics purchased one family pass in February and recognizing that revenue in February, it's deferring and bringing in every single month. So as you can note, every single one of those line items adds, so like instead of just having one transaction in 1 month, we now have 12 transactions in 12 months for every single pass. And it's so hard to read. You would actually, to have the system run properly, you would need a full-time accountant there just working on reconciliations. It's just way too fancy for what our town is. Like, this would be something that if I owned a recreation center as a business that I would do. Like, it is just It's
So what's the number that we put in our financials for income from the pool?
Well, and that's exactly it. So at the end of the year, it's a long process. So we do it several times throughout the year. So now we have to take the deferreds that is in the system there, and we have to look at every single booking date and then recognize the revenue for the whole year so let's say we bought a February pass. So I would recognize 10 out of 12 of those months or 11 out of 12 of those months because we had from February until December is now revenue. And then we have the 1 month deferred until February of next year. So it's a very technical program. And what we do is we do it 3-4 times throughout the year, bringing that revenue through. Now that it's December, we have to bring the rest of that deferred revenue through. And that'll bring us up to likely the 85,000 where we're at. Because like Dan had noted, 65 full facility pass, 12 6-month pass for family, like the dollar value in that is going to be what we're bringing in to bring revenue up to what was budgeted. And then I did want to clarify the $60,000, that was also taking into account the COLA and any grid movement.
Oh,
Yeah, so that was
well, I feel better, thank you.
That was this year's dollar value.
Well, that's nice to know. Because I still can't believe that we need to add that right now. But it's nice to know that the calculations for the grid and the COLA has been added to that number.
Yes, that's my dollar in today's dollars.
Okay. So when we started this process on these user fees, and that's what they are, user fees. So we're trying to limit as much as we can, pass on to people that are not users of these facilities. We already know the pool of all the rec facilities we run per capita is the highest, for sure. And I think any municipality would represent that as well, too. Councillor Jagalik.
Okay, so I just want to have a look at this chart again. So I see that it's 15% across the board with the exception of the monthly fees. Can you just comment on why the monthly fees were calculated at much higher rates?
The monthly fees are new. They are something that the public has been asking for in the last little while. So this is just a calculation based on
What they previously were.
what they previously were.
So we did take them out in 2022, and we weren't used very well, and we've got nothing but requests to bring them back in, so.
Okay, so the document that we were looking at the previous budget meeting, which is not in this current bylaw, it had listed monthly student at $40, monthly adult at $50, monthly senior at $35, family at $65, and child at $25. Those prices are dating back to 2021, you said?
Believe so, that's when we took
Okay,
it out.
so that would explain why the percentage is much higher than 15 on these then, because some of them are 60%, but that's forecasted at a much greater time period then. Okay, so that's important to note then. I think the 15% is still within reach. I think it's just important to note to the public that we are playing catch up. And I feel like that's the general theme of our whole budget this year. We're trying to get back on par. Same with taxes. We lowered them, we kept them stagnant, and now we're playing catch up. So the 15% I think is within reach. Some of these are higher than what the proposed price was at the last budget meeting. I guess I'd be curious to hear what the rest of council thinks with these numbers. They're a little different than what we talked about last time, but I understand the position we're in.
Councillor Rudick.
So when we talked about this last time, I'd asked for some statistics, and I appreciate that this system does not allow us for that, but I definitely would hope that we would have the capacity to do that in the future, because when many councils ago had asked for point of sale system that would be able to demonstrate what people are accessing, what people are purchasing, so that we could actually derive revenue and also reconcile. That's really what I was looking for back then, and that's still what I'm looking for right now. I want recreation to be accessible to the public. Given the numbers that you've given, family passes and 6-month family passes, that's like 77 families potentially are accessing that. And is that because they're too expensive? Is that because people don't use it that much? I feel like the facility is fully utilized. So this again indicates to me a deeper issue or a bigger question that I have, particularly as we're looking at building a new recreation facility too. So I think that 15% is not unattainable here. I do have a very specific question because I've had it raised to me by the pickleballers. Apparently I'm going in deep with all of the very vibrant, excited residents in town, but I've had the question asked to me, I don't see it here, that pickleball pays $2. Well, that's not what the drop-in daily rate of a student or a child is here. So I'm not sure how we reconcile that against other user groups. And so basically the question that was posed to me is that pickleball, while very active and interested in using our facilities and have been making use of a number of different locations in town, for example, can pay $2 for 2 hours of activity, and there's literally nobody, including a 6-year-old, that can go swimming for $2 for the same amount of time. So if we're talking about equity or even equal access to our facilities, I'm not sure that we're providing that.
I'll take that for sure. We are looking at pickleball. I have a meeting with them next week, and that's one of the things we're bringing up. So it kind of got a little bit scared where we were hosting a $2 drop-in pickleball, but now we have all these different groups using pickleball, our gyms, and it just doesn't add up. We did the math just the other day, and we lose a significant amount of money. They should be paying each group hourly and letting them collect it, right?
Yeah. And again, the gymnasium that we're using or the facility we're talking about is still gonna be warm no matter what. But $2 is really cheap. I mean, but
It's not even 10%
it's
of what we
the
should be
cost of
collecting.
maintaining the pool that you need to look at the moving forward with the
Oh.
costing of, and again, with pickleball, we don't need licensed referees on site and stuff like that, so.
No.
But,
Your pool is the most expensive out of any recreation. It's
but flat out, $2 to play pickleball for 2 hours is super cheap. Councilor Curtis.
Thank you very much. I'm fine with the 15%. The two other things that we had talked about, I believe, was how many members constitutes a family? Whereas if we say that this passes for a family of 4 and or 5, and then if you have 8 kids, then you would pay extra because we're losing out on that. Somebody with a large family is technically getting a gift with this, I believe. And then the tiered pricing for out of town, because I would
Yeah.
suspect that
That's next on what we're gonna talk about. Go ahead, Councilor Lemko.
Yes, I just have a question regarding the pickleballers. They're using the library gym. Why wouldn't we be charging them the use of that gym as per Schedule L?
Again, that's what we should be doing. It's just what we weren't doing, and that's the conversation we're having next week.
Good. So we'll get some answers back on that.
That ideally would be nice if they were to come together, the 4 pickleball groups, and form a society or a nonprofit thing. They could apply for all kinds of grants, could start to build new pickleball courts instead of trying to find $300,000 to $500,000 to rebuild them from here, which it's never gonna happen.
But let's say that if they're renting the gym and 10 show up and the gymnasium is $50.
I make $20. That's exactly it, right? It doesn't pay. They have to pay. If they're not a society, to me, they should be paying. It's a private rental, right? So each group has their head person. They pay the fee when they book the gym. And away they go. They collect from their members, not us waiting the other way around. It'd be different if we threw a drop-in pickleball, like we throw the odd drop-in basketball, where they just pay a drop-in fee. But we
That's
have-
for youth though, right?
Right, and that's for our town program, not for an outside group coming in to rent from us. So now,
Yeah, and sorry, just to go back, I just feel like, to your point, of course, you don't need a registered lifeguard to be able to supervise pickleballers, but my point is more about equity of access. We're providing the facility, but what they're actually paying to access that is different. And if you're utilizing it, then that's what we're talking about is user fees, which is part of the reason why I would hope moving forward, whatever our system is, actually quantifies so that we have a target. So if we're saying, if we're as council directing administration to increase usage of our facility and increase revenue, we can actually quantify that if we have 65 family passes, do we want to have 100? Like, I would think that we want to be able to demonstrate that not only are we utilizing our facilities, we're also providing value to our citizens that are using it, which also lends itself to the question that was posed about what constitutes a family. I mean, if we say 5 or 6 people as a family and then additional people have to be paying additional, that also is directly linked to the number of lifeguards that we need to have. I was going to say firefighters, good Lord. Lifeguards that we need to have at the facility. So if we have every family show up that is outside of what our expectation is on a certain day, we need to call in extra staff. So we need to have those contingencies in place. And we can't do that if we can't extrapolate over the year when our high use periods are, when are people buying the passes, does it make sense to have the family day pass on sale on family day? We used to do that. Do we still do that? We're bringing back the month pass because people are interested in it. We have to be able to demonstrate value, and whatever is replacing Intella, whatever it's called.
Intel, yeah. So the
Yeah.
current program I'm looking at is called Explorer Rec. It can print up to 135 different reports. So we will have that accessibility and information to get, so.
Okay, that would be great. And again, trying to strike the balance here, this is a user pay. So if you use a facility, you pay for it. Understanding, of course, that there might be some financial constraints for folks. We want to make this accessible, but there are very few activities that you could access. We're open 363 days of the year
Pretty close, yeah.
for $715. So it is expensive, but I don't even know if we offer like a stage payment or whatever. Regardless, it's still a good value for families.
Okay, is there any more discussion on the 15% increase for the access to the pool? Is there anything, oh, go ahead, Councillor Jagala.
Sorry, not to split hairs. I do just want to point out that with the new schedule, the adult drop-in rate and the student drop-in rate are equivalent. So previously, they were equivalent as well. I just want to point out that other municipalities, they do have at least $1 difference there. And I don't know if that's something we want to consider or we want to keep them equivalent. A senior drop-in rate is $2 less. So I just wanted to shed some light on that.
Any thoughts? So we raise the seniors by $1 and drop the students by $1. What? I mean,
That's a fair question. And I think, I mean, I guess the intent, I think why we would have a differentiated price, we need to go behind that. What is the intention? Why are we reducing the price? Are we rewarding seniors for a lifetime of commitment? Are we acknowledging the fact that they've got a limited income? Are we trying to encourage health and activity in our youth and our seniors? Like, what's our intention? Why are we, what is the reason for charging a certain fee? Have we thought about that? It's not just for the money.
it's certainly not about the money, because we're not getting anywhere near where we should be, so go ahead, Councillor Curtis.
I'm maybe not gonna go as in-depth as you are. Raise the adult to 9, give that separation, call it good. Done.
I'll go in. I would just lower the student rate by $1.
Okay, so. Nobody liked my idea, obviously. Okay, so we'll go with Councillor Curtis's first. Who's in favor of raising the adults by $1? Okay, Councillor Broadjack, drop the students by $1. I could go along with that one. Okay, so there's your outcome. Okay, so other than that, where we're at right now, so the 15%, like, this is, like, what we just did is gonna make a difference of like $92 or something. Yeah, it's really. Okay, so, do we want to talk about a two-tiered system we just can't discriminate on one facility? So, or do you guys want to wait till this afternoon to talk about this? Because it would mean minor ball, it would mean hockey, it would mean figure skating, it would mean everything. And what does that look like fitting into our recreation agreement that we have with the county? Oh, well, we're gonna get the landfill. I mean, do we have a non-res out there already, right? Yeah, but we don't have in our rec facilities. So we're not gonna discuss that right now, but we're gonna have at some point today. But we just got through the aquatic center, and everybody's fine with where we're at. Okay. Now we're going to go to Schedule R, and it's those, basically the signs that are on, when you come into town on our boulevards, which is fairly cheap, but, and that's 15% increase over where they were.
This is what we charge them for?
For the year.
I propose that we increase this. No offense.
To who?
Well, to anybody that's getting a good deal for being able to
No, I meant the
advertise.
offense, like, who are you offending?
Anybody that feels that we're nickel and diming, there is a cost. This is cheap advertising. It's front and center. You see it coming and you see it going. I would recommend we increase this.
So over and above the 15% that we already have, you would like to move it to,
I'd double it.
I'm gonna have
whoa, Councillor Brodziak.
So I'd like to know, for the maintenance, where we do the grass cutting around these signs, I don't think that $57 a year even covers somebody getting off of their lawn tractor to do the trimming around there. So I'm in agreement with Councillor Rudick to increase it, but substantially more than she's suggesting. This is great free advertising, and we have to cover our costs somehow. I mean, this is not even covering our
We've
costs.
never covered our costs in anything we ever do.
Well,
Councillor Wall.
Clarify, these are the ones that I asked you about a couple of ledge meetings ago, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, I would back Councillor Brodziak on raising, especially when I asked the question last time. Director Lefebvre mentioned that there was actually a waiting list to get on them. Well, it makes sense why there's a waiting list when that's the prices we're offering.
Okay, Councillor Curtis.
Just for like, if we increased it to $100 for the year, it's 27 cents a day.
And that's basically a difference of, in income, about $1,100 a year.
Yep.
Go ahead.
well, as a former longtime business owner, I'm gonna propose $50 a month.
Oh,
That's very, and again, $50 a month for advertising, for prime advertising like that is very cheap.
okay, so we got a couple of suggestions. Anybody wants to follow Councillor Brodziak at $50 a month? 1, 3. Okay,
Oh, maybe not do $50 a month.
that would be a tough one, yeah. Because I don't know, maybe if everybody knows the reasoning behind why we did this. There was people that were dropping signs everywhere, all over town. And not everybody is on Highway 16A. So, and then we have a bylaw that says you can only advertise on your own property. So we put this together, first of all, to stop out-of-town people dropping their signs wherever they want it. And we wanted to offer local businesses that are paying taxes already in town, but didn't have access under our bylaw to advertise on the busiest street in town. Don't forget, these are already taxpayers. So, and our bylaw states that they couldn't put their sign anywhere else other than on their own property. So we went ahead with this to give those businesses the opportunity to advertise their business in a very high exposure location. We took in the cost of what we thought at the time would be to mow around it, because we mow that boulevard anyway. And this excluded, you have to have a business in town to advertise there. And it gave us the ability to grab anybody else's sign anywhere else in town and take it to the landfill and charge them $23 a day in storage. So this is why this was enacted in the first place. To give those businesses that are not in a very high traffic area to be able to advertise. Again, I have to repeat this, people that are paying very good taxes for their businesses in town. So, right now, we have 4 to 3 on the $50 a month. We have another proposal from Councillor Rudick that we charge, or double the charge for the year. Do you have a comment, Councillor Lemko?
I'm just curious, Your Worship, this is Director Lefebvre, the amount of signs that we have right now, what are we looking at?
I believe there is approximately 10 on the south side and 2 on the north. We're just looking up the total revenue last year, and it was just over $600 total.
So 12 signs. Wow.
It's 2,800? Where did you see 600?
It's 2,800. If you look in question,
I think that there's more than 12.
Okay, I'm looking on not Questica, I guess.
Go ahead, Councillor Brodje.
Question for Director Lefebvre as well. How many are on the waiting list, if we could find out? Because if it seems that it's always the same people advertising that are given the opportunity to advertise for this cheap, we should give the opportunity to all the businesses who want to advertise.
They renew annually just because we require insurance information from them, which is painfully hard to get. And the waiting list isn't like 100, it would be like a handful, like 6. They're on the waiting list. So the person that, when they get the lease agreement now, as long as they're paying and in good standing, they can have that for 100 years.
Okay.
We don't have like
So
a 5-year
that's-
deal and then it comes up.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, is the people are on the waiting list will never get a sign if the rates are this cheap.
Well, I mean, there's only so many spots, and we measured them out and felt that it doesn't look junky. They're not all stuck together. They're all consistent where they're located, and we actually, in the bylaw, they're actually supposed to all be basically the same type of sign, or the size, and
That's right, they're supposed to be similar. And in that revenue that we're seeing, the $2,800, that also includes Brock's big billboards. We get a portion of his revenue, a percentage.
Oh, yeah.
That drops in there too, so.
okay. Councillor Rawawa.
I'd just like to point out the 5750 does not cover the cost of cutting around those signs. I mean, it takes to do on both sides of the highway there, takes at least an hour to do both with a mower. Well, I mean, you're paying a summer student $20 an hour and you're doing it at least 3 times in a month, if not 4. That's not gonna, I mean, right there, if you're doing it 3 times in a month is already over what it costs for the signs for the year, so.
Well, we were mowing those no matter if the signs were there or not. What we looked at was the whippersnipping in around them.
Oh, okay.
So we're mowing them if the signs are there or not.
Okay, sorry, I thought you meant the mowing, because I was gonna say.
No, the extra cost would be the summer student that shows up with the whippersnipper.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
And, sorry.
go ahead.
And the additional cost if it requires 17 emails back and forth to get verification of their insurance. So we're not counting that cost there. So I'll amend, I don't think it should be doubled. I should maybe 3 or 4 times as much. Maybe $50 a quarter is more realistic. I just, if it's in perpetuity, if I secured the first location here, and I understand we were trying to be consistent, but this is extremely cheap. Increasing it would be a huge burden to those businesses, and it provides them 24-hour access to people that are driving by 12 months of the year. There's nothing that they could do that is as cheap except for Facebook advertising. So I think we should charge more. What the level is, I don't know if that I would do $50 a month, just because that is a significant increase to those folks right away. I don't know that that's not fair, but I just feel like it might be a huge increase all at once.
So I guess we'll go to what are you trying to accomplish? You want to take the income from the $700 a year and make it $1,400 a year? Like, where's the difference going to be? I mean, when we established this, and I keep going back to this, why we did it, and you were there, Councilor Rudick. It was that there was a lot of businesses that were struggling to get attention with our existing bylaws, where they couldn't advertise anywhere but, they couldn't take a sandwich sign and put it on Main Street. And we seen a lot of businesses that were just dropping their signs all over town. And they didn't have a business license in our community, and they were in direct competition with a phone number with businesses that already pay a lot of taxes and carry majority of the weight in tax revenue in this community. So again, this is why it was created, and if you think that trying to make an extra $800 a year is going to justify what they're doing, I mean, if you look across the street, the businesses, the Ford dealership and the tractor dealership and a certain trailer company, those boulevards, we rent to them $10 a year. They can use those boulevards on their side for $10 a year. Do you know why? They are the highest taxpayer in our community. So you need to recognize some of this too, is that when we put this together, and yeah, $57 a year is super cheap. But you don't know what they're paying on the other end on their taxes already. And we just, again, when we put this together, and I'm not opposed to doubling it, but to go at a large monthly fee to a non-resident tax roll that we're about to increase their taxes on anyway? I mean, and for what? Because is the $700 really going to make that big of a difference at the end of our budget cycle? This is what I'm asking here. So, Councilor Lemke?
I'm happy with 15% as that. I mean, we do have a sign there as Soccer Association, and you want to charge them $50 a month, and we were so close, 4-3 people out there. It was that close to being $50 a month. It's the decision this council has to make as we sit here and banter back and forth about $700. That's how tight things are, and I'm happy with 15%.
Okay, Councilor Curtis?
I'm good with Councilor Rudick's proposal.
It's a double it on a yearly charge. Okay, and Councilor Rudick, are you staying with your double?
I'll stay with double. I appreciate the fact that we've got high-income, high-paying, non-residential advertisers there that don't have access to that boulevard, but for that reason too. And with respect, businesses do have the capacity to be able to write these off. They also have to be able to generate the revenue to do that, which is why they advertise. So I do feel like there should be an increase. 50% seems fair.
Okay. We're not going $50 a month, we're looking at doubling the fee.
Yeah, no, I'd be good with that.
Okay, Councilor Jagalik?
Yeah, I appreciate that there's multiple different outlooks on it. I mean, as a whole, advertising's not cheap, and this certainly is, but I can understand the sentiment behind it. I think the physical infrastructure of that street in itself is a perfect metaphor for the situation we're in. One side of the street, we're trying to achieve something different than the other. And so I'm good with Councillor Rudick's proposal also.
Okay. Councilor Brodziak?
Well, again, my concern would be the waiting list and to give those people some access to this kind of advertising. I am in favor with Councillor Rudick's suggestion, although I would like to see it at least to $25 a month. But I'm also going to propose that any nonprofit that takes part in advertising gets it for free.
I think that's already built in there, correct, Director Lefebvre? There's a spot for non-ad.
There's not a spot, there's a place they are using that we're not looking at.
Yeah.
To allow them to advertise in that, and it's always tasteful and in good shape, because remember, those advertisements are in front of businesses that own the boulevard with their $10 or now $11.50 a year purchase, so they control the boulevard. It's cheap for two reasons. It's cheap because they control it and they have a limit of what they can put on the boulevard. And also it allows us to now have a bylaw in place that says, you from Lloydminster, your sign out of here because he has the rights to it. So what they've done in front of like Real Furniture, for example, right now is the Brick. They're just okay with that being in front of their store and nobody's, so he's kind of given permission, I guess, is what we could say. and that's how we control it.
Yeah, nonprofits usually approach those businesses that have the frontage of the boulevard and ask if they could drop their sign.
Right, and also was added in there was the sandwich boards you'll see for the Legion, for minor hockey, things like that. They go up when they're supposed to, they're up for the duration of the event, and they're down again. So that is allowed as it was a nonprofit, as opposed to businesses piling up all their advertising on the corner of Rendezvous Park, like was happening in the past.
Okay, so we take the fee that was yesterday and double it, is what we're saying.
Yep.
Okay? Schedule S. Anybody have a problem with this? Perfect. The social center facilities fees and charges. So this is a 15% increase over last year.
That is correct, Your Worship. One thing I would like to point out, though, is the SOCAN fee has been increased to a flat rate of $90. SOCAN fees are very specific, and there's about 20 pages of them, depending on what kind of event you're having, if you have music with or without dancing, and everything like that. So we basically took just what an average would be for a wedding, and that becomes the SOCAN fee for all users that are going to have to pay that fee.
So we could end up paying more or less, all depends on what type of entertainment they're using.
Yes, and again, this is an average, so if everybody that has music there plays it, it'll cover the cost of what we have to pay SOCAN, because it is a fee that we just, that we get invoiced for and we have to pay. This leaves it so we aren't in the negative for it.
Okay, so yeah, so a DJ comes and plays music, well, those people that wrote the music, produced the music, need to make money off it. So when you were host, huh?
Funeral, church group, anytime there's music played there, we have to pay a fee.
What if it's our piano?
Pay the fee.
What if we're singing karaoke?
You probably would get a cut.
I would.
Okay, so, again, I look at a wedding that I was a part of a couple of years ago, and the facility that we used didn't have a kitchen. And, yeah, so the daily rate was, I'd say, like 9 times more than this. So, is there anybody that would like to discuss any of the social center charges? And knowing now that we do have some costs with management in there itself as a contracted position in there.
To your point, we often hear negative comments about the social center, but, and I believe you were here, Manager Kuzmic, I had a message from somebody who's a non-resident who had chosen to host an event at the social center, and they had nothing but compliments from their guests who had come from all over the place to be able to say how great the staff was, how accommodating, and how great the facility is. We've gotten very used to being able to have access to this facility. I'm glad we're looking at some perpetual upgrades, but I think this is a reasonable cost to be able to rent a facility in the community for an event. And I don't have an issue with increasing at 15%.
Okay, well, I'm seeing no hands in the air, nobody upset. That'll be fine. Schedule U, and this is the big one here. Go ahead, Director LaFay, what is our direction here? Where are we going? When are we gonna start seeing some profits from the landfill?
Anyways, it's solid waste, right?
Oh, yeah, solid waste, sorry.
What we've done is increased our fees, 15% obviously, and that's for extra bin collection, extra pickups, things that we have been charging for. Monthly bin rental fees, we've increased. All of the fees, the ones that get into a little bigger is when we did some evaluation. This is before the thought of going up 15% or this proposal. We had done some comparison and found that in the last 4 years for sure, the hydrovac disposal fees have gone up around the province in a large way. So it allows us to take our fees and increase them. The most common hydrovac we see is tri-drives, so I'll just compare those for you. So the tri-drive was $126 to unload, and we have an area that's approved by Alberta Environment for them to unload, and this is not contamination or solid waste as far as septic goes. This is just when they hydrovac out, they have soils and the mud that they generate and unload. We have it in an area where we dry it out, and when it's dry enough to bail out, we bail it out, spread it, dry it again, and then use it for cover at the landfill. The fee was $126 per load, and we can increase that by $100 to $226 per load and still be at an average price comparative to what's happening in landfills within a couple hundred kilometers of us. And that's for resident load. So if you're a resident business, then that's the price you would pay. If you're a non-resident, the fee was $252, and for non-resident fees in Riley and places like that, we're seeing that in the last few years we've become grossly undercharging. So we were at $252 a load. We're now moving to $452 a load. The fee is getting close to that of our Beaver County competitors. When they come to our landfill, they pull in, it's a couple minutes, they unload, they're on their way, they're gone. At these other places, it at times is a 2 and 3 hour wait just to unload, and then there's a travel in between. So it'll still make us attractive for that type of business. We also have found that one of our biggest customers must be doing well in the last couple of years, because we're seeing our revenue has been higher than what we've been budgeting. So and it does that, it goes up and down, and we're seeing the upswing on that as well. And on top of that, with the 15% increase that we see on outside of hydrovac, the extra garbage pickups, the resident, non-resident drop-offs, the tipping fees, all of that stuff we've calculated in. So what we've got is the hydrovac increase will be an increase of approximately $90,000 projected for 2026. The revenue reset, because we've exceeded revenue expectations over the last 2 years, so we'll run an average. That'll be an increase of $50,000. And then our landfill tipping fees, that 15% based on our historical in the last 2 years, is another $46,600 revenue generation that we did not have last year. So it's a substantial increase for us, but really it's bringing us back up to the fair. The hydrovac fees are what they've moved up in, say, last 5 years, for example, is they're 3 and 4 times what they used to be. So we need to keep up the pace, and because it costs money to manage the landfill, there's no question.
Yeah, and we see what the landfill cost us for our asset retirement obligations and stuff too, and it's the biggest amount that we see. I've heard of people that were bringing, dirt that was contaminated with hydrocarbons a long ways to be at our facility. It was worth it. They could drive for a couple hours and still save money to dump some of this stuff off here. And again, for us, we dry it, we clean it, we roll it, and we use it as cover. But still, is there anybody that wants to talk with any about these pricing here at all? Again, we have a couple of pieces of equipment out there that cost a ton of money. We're rebuilding the bottom end, the carriage of the crawler loader, and the compactor was $1 million. And we need to, this needs to be able to cover the replacements of these over time and stuff too. So this is a very critical time for the landfill as we move forward. That it needs to start performing. And the non-residential rates are already built into here. Some the discussion we're going to have after lunch about non-res, they're already built into this. And it seems to work okay. And I can guarantee you that we're still nowhere near the top end of what other facilities are charging here. So is there anybody that like to comment on these charges? Go ahead, Councillor Jagalik.
No question about the landfill fees, but I have a question about the garbage fees. Probably for Director Saskew. Can you comment or explain how it's broken down on our taxes? Because during my campaign, I had a resident who was concerned that they were being charged essentially twice for their garbage pickup. So is it not included in our municipal taxes, or how is that broken down?
Okay, so there's two ways that municipality can collect money from ratepayers, and it's through user fees or through property taxes. So there is a $10, $35 charge that is on the utility bill. Or is that the different one? Hold on, garbage.
It's coming next.
Yeah, $10.35. So that's going to come through when we talk about the utility bill. So right now it was $9 on our current utility bill, and it's going up the 15% to $10.35. So that will be charged every month on your utility bill. But that $10 charge does not cover the full cost of what landfill, garbage, recycling, like all of that is not all encompassing. It's not a full cost recovery. So yes, there's a portion that you're billed based on your utility bill every month, and then the remainder of the portion of the cost of landfill, garbage, etc., is billed through your property taxes. But yes, we'll talk about where the utility bill, what they'll look like when we get to the water fees as well.
Okay, so when it comes to the solid waste and where we're at, everybody is fine with that right now? Okay. So the next is utilities, fees, and charges, and this is going to take some time to go through this, and so everybody understands exactly where we're at here and why it looks like at times that there is two separate billings. I mean, if you look at just the cost of replacing equipment in the garbage collection, the bin cost, and again, where we're at with our landfill, if we included all of these, because we just never know, like exactly, are we buying this garbage truck this year? So this is why we've set aside these separate things within the utility bill that actually go directly to the replacement cost and the upkeep of equipment. And now, or even more, if you look at what's coming on to the infrastructure fees from where they were. So we now have a new debenture payment on the Forest Main project, and that debenture is over 20 years. So this is where the unfair part that we've had with putting stuff on utility bills has never been captured, is that if you have vacant property and you don't receive a utility bill, you're not participating in any of these debenture costs. But yet when the math was done, when the money was borrowed, and when we put them directly on the utility bill, every tax roll was involved in the math. But brown lots and empty lots that are sitting there still have the benefit of having access to that sewer, a completely rebuilt sewer system, or a complete flood mitigation system in town, that these are all benefits, but they're not contributing, but they should be. And this is how we're gonna, when we get into this, we're gonna start separating how the different tax classes are going to be, you're going to fix this, how we're going to address what happens at trailer park, where the trailer park itself pays one sewer fee, $5 a month. Why does every apartment only pay one sewer fee, $5 a month? It just doesn't make sense the way that we're doing this. So, the biggest thing is not fair. It's not fair to every other taxpayer in town that these other tax rolls get away with not contributing to debentures and what's important to this town, so. If we look at the flood mitigation storm drainage fee. So when we put this into effect, it was when the North Parkway drainage system was first done. And again, we did the math, and it was a 30-year debenture, I do believe we took at that time. So if every tax roll in our community paid $6.90 for 30 years every month, it would cover that debenture. But we're coming up short. And we start looking, why is that? If you went away for the winter and asked the town to turn your water off, guess what? 6 months you weren't contributing because you weren't receiving a utility bill. You weren't contributing to that debenture. This is one thing that everybody needs to recognize, that this is just not fair to the rest of the taxpayers in town. And somebody may say, well, I have an empty lot. Well, you know, I'm not paying for the garbage fee. But if you sold that lot tomorrow, you sold it to somebody, and they're expecting to have access to garbage. So the infrastructure fee has, Director Saskew, you can take this one, please.
Yes, so the infrastructure replacement fee, that is currently $6 on our utility bills, and it's been increased $3.40, and that is for the new debenture. So that $3.40 brings us in an additional $100,000 of revenue in the year, and that will cover the cost of the new debenture that we used for the forced main. So that is why that one is slightly more than 15% increase. That number was chosen specifically to cover the cost of the debenture, and that was worked into the budget prior to us applying the 15% increase across the board. So that one we remained at the cost coverage to cover the additional debenture fees at $100,000.
Is there any questions on that?
That's the 940.
The 940, it went up to $3 and some cents. And again, that project was $3.8 million. It, to me, is the most critical piece of infrastructure we have in our community, and the thing has been rebuilt from the very bottom of the lift station all the way out to the lagoon system, to where it enters into all the cells. Everything that possibly can be done other than one flange that's coming up, then that it'll be like brand new again, like it was in '76 or whatever.
Yeah, so that's costing households and businesses $40.80 per year for the cost of the new debenture. So that $100,000 broken up based on every single person that pays a utility bill in town. Each household and business that pays for utilities will be paying an additional $40.80 for the entire year for this debenture.
So the trick is to try to figure out new apartment buildings that are being built are going to have a utility bill that shows up at every door because they're going to have a water meter. Older apartment buildings don't. They have 1 meter. The trailer court has 1 meter. And all these years, these people in these type of living structures or whatever were not participating like they should. So this is the challenge moving forward, is educating this community that by no way the $3 and some cents that we're charging on the infrastructure fee for this debenture is just not for the residents today. It's for the residents 20 years, 15 years from today that are going to be in this town. Because the way this new infrastructure we put in is going to be a 50-year benefit to every resident in this town. So everybody needs to contribute. And this is where we're having a big problem right now, is how do we make it fair for everybody? So everybody understands the difference in the infrastructure. We didn't put it right on the sewer fee because the sewer fee is kind of tied to the amount of volumes of water that you use as well. So the more your water increase goes up, so does your sewer fee. So it's hard to tie this into that because it sort of makes a lot going on within that one fee. The rest of the previous infrastructure money that, the charges that were in there, were going to a reserve to help fund some of the next infrastructure projects that we were doing. But we know that on this one, even after the government grants that we received, we were still, what did we borrow, $1.3 million? Yeah, to finish this $3.8 million project off, so. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say right now or on these first two?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
You sort of touched on a little bit here about the water usage and wastewater, et cetera. So just to be clear, if we're going to be specific about a vacant lot, would be charged the same rate as Walmart, for example. Is that correct?
This is where there's two different facets to it. So originally we had spoken about giving a utility bill to every single lot in town, whether there was something built on it or not. This did not change. So with that updated bylaw that we did for the vacant residential and non-residential, the additional tax, the multiplier, that is what is going to be added as a multiplier to the tax bill for vacant lots, versus the utility bills will still be only mailed out for lots and places that have a water meter installed and like where there's actually a building built. So the utility bills will only be going to lots that have like houses or buildings built on them, not just a vacant bare land lot will not be getting a utility bill.
So on this new subclass, on empty residential lots, we will be making a decision what we feel is their fundamental responsibility in carrying some of these costs. So we obviously know that they don't have a meter, and so they're not paying a water bill. But the debentures that we take for flood mitigation, there's not one piece of property in this town that doesn't benefit from flood mitigation. The fact that this new sewer line is there, so when that lot needs to be developed, that everything's in place. It's just not when I decide that I'm going to be using it, it's the benefit of every tax roll in town. So if we take 3 or 4 of these costs, monthly costs, and we say that this is what it would cost a month, and then we times it by 12, and whatever that math is against their tax bill, their regular their residential empty lot price. So you would say, well, we're gonna tax you 1.4 in this new subclass. Instead of sending out a utility bill, we'll capture those. Every tax roll will capture what we feel every piece of property should be contributing to. And then when we go to the Highway 16A, the commercial side, we will try as hard as we possibly can to gouge those people like nobody's business. And we will go out of our way to be nice to the people that aren't sitting on brown lots. There's a few empty properties that are along there, and we will try our best not to get them caught up in this. But those brown lots that belong to large oil companies, believe me, we are going to try to get as much out of them as we possibly can. Okay. Okay, who wants to take over the rest? I think I've talked enough here. Probably said a couple of things that shouldn't have, but whatever. So, I don't know how we are going to address apartment buildings. I'm sure there's a plan in the works.
There is a plan. So if you look at the residential multiple dwelling charges and the non-residential multiple dwelling, so this is fixed fees per additional dwelling unit on 1 meter per month. So each one of these will be a special project because there could be an old fourplex that has 1 water meter. And so we're gonna have to charge multiple fixed fees for the remaining 3. There's other instances where there's fourplexes where each of the 4 has their own water meter. So this is just an effort to make things fair. So we will have to go through on a case-by-case basis. Director Lefebvre does have a detailed listing of everything, especially when we talk about the apartment buildings and those other multi-family homes throughout town, as well as the mobile home park. So right now, the mobile home park only has 1 water meter. So that's where we're gonna get into these additional charges. And so that will have to be a project between my department and Director Lefebvre's, and then we'll have to go through on a case-by-case basis. So this is just setting the principle that council is agreeing that each unit with multiple dwellings should be charged the same base fees per month, which is now $51.95. Including the additional $340 for the debenture. In regards to the senior living facility, when we passed that utilities bylaw, it was the utility fees bylaw, we had conversations from council that they did not want to charge seniors living facilities the additional cost per unit. So that is detailed here with no charges. So we're not charging each unit at a villa or a manor for those additional fees. So if they only have 1 or 2 meters, it was the consensus of council at that time. And then the other one that hasn't really specifically been discussed is the hotel motel. So hotel motels obviously don't have 100% vacancy at all times. They are paying for those higher volume meters that they have to put in. They do have high volume of water and sewer, and that, as we know, has escalator costs on it. Like for sewer, once you're over 17 cubes, you're getting the extra. So they are paying additional for the volume that they're using. And this $1 is what we put in. So let's say a hotel has 80 units, they'd be charged an extra $79 per month of fixed fees for the ability to have a rental of up to 80 units at one time. So that was one thing that we did want some input from council on, and then as well as the senior living, because that was consensus from the prior when we did the bylaw. And if you look back to the bylaw, I should have had it in your council folder to review, but those 2 to 4 units, 5 units, hotel, motel, senior living, and mobile home park were all the different multi-family or multi-residential dwelling definitions that we had.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Rudy.
So I have a question right off the hop. So you've got residential multi-dwelling and non-residential multi-dwelling. Obviously, the ownership of the property determines whether or not it's residential, non-residential, or not.
No, residential is if there's people living for housing in it. Non-residential is for commercial businesses. So that's why it's a lower rate, $32.40. That is because commercial businesses have to pay for their own dumpster and recycling, et cetera. So like that could be multi-unit, like if the Galleria Mall didn't have separate water meters at each one of those complexes.
Okay.
So that's why that's the difference in the cost, and because it's a commercial business, they pay for garbage on a different billing person.
Because a question has been asked to me about if I am a corporation and I own an apartment building, for example, do I get charged the same as I do if I was a resident owning an investment property? And I guess that's a taxation question. That's something different, which I identified for them. But from our point of view, sorry, as a municipality approaching costing their access to utilities, it's purely based on
whether it's residential zoning or non-residential. So yes, that's like, unless somebody happened to go live in Galleria Mall where they're not supposed to be permitted to live there, then they would be obviously charged commercial rates and commercial taxes to live there. But otherwise, if you're in a home, a residence, whether you own, a business owns it or a family owns it, they're getting charged the same fees.
Okay, and then the other question that I have with that, so if you've got an example, you've used the Galleria Mall, and that's one that has been popped up a little bit for a couple different reasons. If an owner for a facility like that has multiple renters or folks that are accessing services from a larger entity, so for example, a landlord is renting multiple units to those folks, we don't charge directly to each of the renters. We charge the ownership group, and they then disperse those charges, correct?
That is correct. In relation to property taxes, the property tax goes to the owner, but as far as the individual units, that would be dependent on what type of water meters are installed. So if each unit has its own water meter, that could be the same as what we do with like renters, where we provide a bill to the owner and a bill to the renter, and the renter could be responsible for it. It depends on the lease as per the landowner.
Because this is where, again, where we've got some disparity in terms of what people are paying for utilities. Because this is really what the issue was, is they're explaining that they're not or they're not paying the same for utilities, fees and charges as other people, but it comes right down to what you've just said, is that if you have a water meter, you might be charged differently than somebody else that is potentially, if we're collectively being charged.
Yes, and it really comes down to your lease and then how that building is set up, so.
This is the fairness we're trying to
Yeah.
bring into this. So now, if somebody builds a fourplex in town today, we would never let them go with 1 meter. They need 4. If you're building an apartment building, you're having 43 meters. Everybody, no? Why not?
We're still, even the apartments that are coming, sorry, Worship. Yeah, not at this point. The apartments they're proposing now are a single water feed in. It feeds the sprinkler system and trees off of that is one large line, usually a 2.5 inch with a large meter, and then it spreads off to each unit. The only time that in fact, that wouldn't even change if they were gonna go bare land condo and sell the units individually. There would still be, the condo association would pay that one bill. So for your apartments, the way we're running now with our bylaws, you're still gonna have to incorporate a per door use and per dwelling use. And the dwelling is defined in our bylaw as it basically has a kitchen.
Okay, so this new apartment building, are they gonna be paying a flood mitigation charge every month?
One, not per
One.
unit,
Yeah, so
per building.
But
And
then
that's,
we
and that's
would
what we
add-
have to change, right?
Yes, okay. So this is what we're trying to get to right now. We're trying to make this fair. Okay, as long,
And so then that apartment building on that utility bill, so the way that this will be achieved on my side of thing on the billing, the way that our current billing system works is we would have to go and apply that like new apartment building, we would put another line in for the additional fees for each door. So that would be the $51 times however many additional units. So obviously, like the first unit is covered in the first bill. So if it's a 50-unit apartment, we would add 49 times 51 to each water bill so that each residence would be charged that.
okay, well, it's gotta be fair, so. And for too long, it's just somebody with a duplex and renting both sides out, paying twice, and then another apartment building and they're only paying 1 sewer charge. It's just, it's not fair, so. Okay, I think we'll stop right there. For lunch, and then we'll come back to this same point, and okay, so we can turn our mics off and Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our budget meeting here on December the 3rd. So Schedule V is utility fees and charges. Is there any more questions on any of these? Okay, we're going to move to our last one, Schedule W, which is the Visitor Information Center fees and the Pasanka Park Campground. When GST is added to the putt-putt and the paddle boat, will it work out to perfect? That's all the questions I have. Other than the camping is fairly cheap at $34 a night with power, but I mean, lots of places we go to, it's 65 with power. But this is with the 15% increase over last year's already in, right? Okay,
Yes, the only one that was not exactly 15% increase was the putt-putt and the paddle boats. We made it so that it was an even number.
That makes sense. Is there any questions on this? Go ahead, Councillor Lemko.
Yes, Your Worship. I want to make it clear that the Pasanka Putt-Putt, the private party rentals, is for that facility, no others in the park. So people don't get the idea that we're still charging for gazebo rental or something. That's off the books.
Yeah, there never was a charge for a gazebo, but it's been requested so many times
Yep.
by residents to have the ability to book gazebos there or at the splash park, and we're not going that route.
Okay, perfect.
Excellent. Okay, so what do we have next, Director Saskew?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have the schedules next. So first things first, is it consensus of council that we're going ahead with these fees and charges as presented with the minor changes that were noted?
Is everybody good? Is there anybody that doesn't agree? That looks like we're good.
Okay, so that will bring us to a balanced budget, plus now we have surplus of, with the adjustments that were made from today, I've done a rounding tally, $338,905 were in the black now. So the schedules that I have in the council drive, it is number 1, 2026 budget presentation, December 3rd, 2025. If we can open that up, let me know if somebody isn't able to open that. I could probably print it for them. It's the one, it's noted number 1 and then 2026 budget presentation. I was gonna go over first, if we can skip ahead to page 19. I was gonna go over replacement and capital projects just to identify what we have in the budget right now. And then we can go ahead with determining what we wanna, next steps we wanna take. So I'll give everyone 1 minute. Page 19. It's called Replacement Projects 2026.
Go ahead, Councillor Lemko.
Yes, Your Worship. To Director Saskew. Are these the ones that are currently removed?
These are what is only currently in the budget.
Okay,
This is all we've got. So we have a wayfinding project, so that is the signage. So originally it was 150 this year, and then it was planned, in 2025, then it was planned as 150 with our 1s and 2s and going through, we've reduced that cost to $100,000 for the year. It's 100% tax funded. We also have a banner replacement. That's been ongoing for the last probably 3 years. Once again, that's for those banners on Main Street to update those. We also have the Southside Trail enhancements, which was originally, I believe it was 50 or 60,000. Now it's down to 30. Facilities, we only have social center upgrades for 50,000. If you could circle back to November 17th, we used to have always a facilities $50,000 fund so that if there's anything happening, like, someone's furnace goes down, somebody's, like there's a flood or water damage, those were where we would fix those. Also vandalism, I think we had in excess of $30,000 of vandalism repairs this last year. So that fund that is available to Manager Kuzmic has been reduced to nil for 2026 as it's planned. So that means any major thing that happens, so let's say the furnace at FCSS goes down, we will have to come to council and request for those funds to come out of reserve to fund that repair, because it just won't be budgeted in any form or manner. And then the only other thing that we have is the local asphalt repairs. So this is our asphalt project that we do every year, and that's 100,000. So this year, our total replacement projects are 286,500, which is significantly down. I do believe these are normally in excess of $500,000 that we do in a year. So our replacement projects are very much what has taken the hit this year. The next page, I have the 2026 capital funding and where it's the source of its revenue. So the cemetery runner, the manhole tripod, the lawn fill land tractor, the sewer building, and the spare pump are all being paid out of tax-funded capital. The crawler loader repairs, those are now being funded through the reserve. And then at the very bottom, we still have the airport runway overlay. That is the 285 that's in there if we get the STIP grant. So that is something that we will not be spending unless we actually receive the grant. And if that point comes, it will come to council for approval, because obviously even $285,000 out of our reserves would be a big hit right now. The remainder of things that are grant funded are the manhole replacements, the sewer lining program, the stage 2 control system upgrade. That is for our water utilities network. Paving cold mix roads for 150, and then our capital works project, which is on 45A Ave, that is 943,000. So those are what we have, and then the last page here on page 21 is the 5-year capital plan. So it has all the same projects as we're going through, and then it has 2027, 28, and 29, and 30 plans for what we have to replace. You can see the ice resurfacer is in next year's budget. One thing I will note that our capital grants are only approximately 1.5, and actually they're planned to go down year over year, because we've been already told that our grant funding will be reduced in 2027. So I've just gone with what I know for sure we're getting. So we have 2.3 million of capital replacements that we need in 2027 and only 1.5 million of grants. So that leads to having to fund it through operations of 410,000 and 385 from reserves, which, as we know, that's going to be a stretch. So there's likely things from our budget, unless something turns around or we get additional capital grants, there's things in this next year's budget and the years after that that are likely going to continue to get pushed. So just another demonstration of how reduction to capital grants really takes a hit for what our normal plans are for capital replacement. Going back to the financial indicators that the government sends out from the FIRs every year, our capital replacement is low. I think we're at 36% replacement, and I think we need to be over 50% before they say that we're in the green on that. So that's an indicator that is read every single year. So it's important that we try and replace capital as much as we can, but obviously the grant and funding constraints is just another thing that the municipality is faced with right now.
Go ahead, Councilor Rudick.
I've had a couple questions from downtown business owners. I know that our complete list of capital works projects isn't on here, but can you just maybe remind me, Director Lefebvre or Director Saskew, if the downtown back alley for the main street that is to the east, so it would be 50th Street, where that might be? I don't see it on here. Is it quite a ways down?
Which one is it on?
It's on the Capital Works 5-year plan.
Okay,
It is on the 5-year plan?
Yeah,
maybe I didn't.
well,
It's not this year.
it's not this year.
But I don't see it up to 2030 here, and
This is the one that I worked off of. Right here.
Yeah, I have it here.
sorry for being so specific, but
It's in the 6th year, so it's
in
not
the
on
6th.
this year. It's on the
Okay.
6 to 20, so it's in the 6th year.
Okay, thank you.
We were gonna ask ATCO to take a look at that alley and, how shallow the gas lines were and stuff.
I have been a business owner that's being affected by that, reached out to ATCO Gas, requesting on their own the depth or condition of the lines. And the response was a one-liner that came back that said that the lines are set at adequate depths. So then I called and left a message with that individual and did not get a response back for a while, and tried again. Apparently that individual has moved to another department. So I got in touch with a field person from ATCO Gas, explained that their gas lines may be at an adequate depth, but for us to reconstruct the rear lane, if I have to stay 1 meter away from a gas line in height of material before I can till and work, then the gas line that's at 0.8 of a meter, I can't even scratch the surface legally because they have a 1 meter zone. So the information that this individual business owner received from ATCO said the lines are adequate. They probably are if you leave everything as be, but they're not to do construction. They need to be lowered. And I was promised that someone would get back to me last week, and I've heard nothing.
So we'll ask again.
Well, there's not much to ask about. The gas lines are in an interference where we can't do construction. If we get ATCO Gas to lower the lines, it's a 1-year notification, but then we need in good faith to be doing something with that alley. They're not gonna spend the money to lower those gas lines down to a depth to allow us to do construction, and then we never do construction. So until this probably moves up to the budget where it was actually a 2027 item, then 2026, we'd asked them for the removal. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I understand, and I thought that we were gonna make some progress on this, and once we had them lowered or knew exactly what the depths were, that we were gonna go in there and rip up some of it on our own and bring in some crush.
We know what the depths are. We did do that. That was the work we've done. Some of our risers at 0.7 of a meter from surface. It's not adequate for us to get in there and do anything right now. Now, until I get someone that's gonna get back to me from ATCO Gas, so we can talk about different means to even go down 0.4 of a meter and hydrovac expose or something, but again, I'm just having a little difficulty with somebody getting back to me. Apparently there's some staffing, people are moving around. And that was just
CA
last week. I talked to the one fellow who's just a field, not just, he's a field employee, and he assured me that he would move this up to someone to get a hold of me, and I'm waiting for that call.
Okay, so if we don't hear nothing back in a week, CAO Ling, we've made some good contacts higher up the chain with ATCO Gas. Maybe we'll reach out to one of those contacts and to see what's holding up this process of getting back to us.
Yeah, and not to jump the queue, because of course we do have a number of projects that haven't been funded on our capital works projects, but this is one that keeps popping up perennially. And if we have another third party like ATCO Gas that we've been dealing a lot with right now, this might be a good time to continue those conversations if we can. So,
Well, just to have the ability to go in there and pull some of that coal mix out of there and try to create a little bit better situation with some of our crushed concrete. What's holding us up of not being able to use our rippers there is where they're at with the gas lines. We need to start someplace, so let's find out when they can get back to us, and we'll have that conversation.
Are we ready to continue?
Sure.
My next question is in relation to capital and replacement. Are there any comments or concerns about adding anything back in? At this point in time, I have in the council drive, it's called Summary of Manager Presentations. It's the most up-to-date summary of what we presented. And in the removed column, anything highlighted in blue, those are the items that were removed after the last budget meeting.
Okay, so we know the $50,000 for facilities, for repairs and stuff was removed. Correct?
That's correct.
I think that we all can agree that we don't need facilities coming to us looking for a $10,000 replacement every 3 months. So if we have a bit of a surplus at today's budget, where we're at right now, can we all agree that that would be the first thing that would go back in? Well, go ahead, Councillor Wawa.
Sorry, this hasn't anything to do with that one there. I just wanted to clarify something with Megan quickly, or Director Saskew quickly. So on the last one here, it's showing 70,000 to be
Sewer-
removed.
Yeah, I just noticed
The
that.
sewer
I said,
left, yeah,
I think I
and
need to
it's-
take the sewer one. That one has been removed from the budget, and when I was talking about the capital, I was like, ooh, I think I forgot. So in my current budget, that has been removed. I will confirm in 1 second. But I
Okay.
do believe the sewer lift building was removed from the budget.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask, if it was still on our budget or not, just because it was showing there. Thanks. Sorry,
And I'm
Your
gonna
Worship.
confirm
No problem.
I'm gonna confirm in the details right now.
Okay, so
No,
what
it
you're
was moved to
asking now is after that $50,000 goes back into facilities, the rest of the surplus that you would like to, for us to identify some of these other twos that could be turned into a one?
That is correct. Okay, so we would have 288,905. I would be very happy throwing this into reserve to help replenish our reserves. But if it is the consensus of council, there are other items that are on the table that could be added back into the budget.
Well, I think your managers or each department can probably take a look and then you could say to us, you know, like, we need 100,000 of that or something. If you identify something that right now is a need, and again, this is not a pickup truck, this is someplace where, go ahead, CAO Ling.
If I could ask that council consider this, and this would be for the finance department. With Diamond coming to end of life, we really do need to look at a new ERP program. Director Saskew had budgeted $100,000 for this year with the hopes of through purchasing and implementation in 2026, 2027, we'd be looking at a cost no greater than overall about 200,000. I would like council to consider putting that 100,000 back in. That'll save us next year having to budget the full expense and give them an opportunity to have a little more a better idea on what kind of funding they actually have for this program and implementation as well.
So we do have 100,000 in right now, so you want to?
You removed it. Oh, no, you
No,
didn't.
I did not remove
Oh,
it.
it's
So
still in there.
It's 100,000 in 26 and 100,000 in 27. So
Okay,
it's still
my
in the-
mistake.
it's
I
still-
thought it was removed for 2026. My apologies.
Okay, well, we definitely would like to see some money be added to reserve for sure, but do you guys want to go through these individually and see what we want to keep, or do you want us to have recommendation come from each department and let them figure out what the needs are?
I think if we can push it back to them and let departments decide which is, number one priority, like, so even just taking a look at security cameras, et cetera, we know that we've had a ton of money that we've spent on vandalism and preventative or reparative work on all of our parks and public spaces. But I'm not sure if that's something that's manageable. I mean, we've had some significant challenges getting other cameras working. I'd want to know that that is a realistic possibility. So taking it out of here is maybe not a bad thing, but I'd be curious to see recommendation from staff too. And maybe we do half into reserves and half into reinvestment.
Councillor Lamco.
Yes, through you to Director LaFave. I'd be interested in the pursuit of the articulating snowblade. I think the presentation showed that that piece of equipment would save copious amount of time and labor, and it did look good for what we need it for. So,
Okay. So overall, I think the consensus of council is that we have worked through this. It's, like I said, the tightest budget I've ever been involved with in my 13 years on this council, and not being able to take on a large capital project every year is unbelievable. I mean, we've always had the goal that, we look at our infrastructure and we pay a lot of attention to it. And, we try to find ways to take on large projects, but it's just not there this year. And again, some of these user fees, I don't think there's significantly to raise to a point where it's gonna cause any hardship. Again, they are a user fee, and we can't pass everything on through taxes. And we will see some differences too when we start on our subclass and having everybody being able to be included. Every tax roll being included into some of the bills that they should have been paying. And that's gonna bring some benefit moving forward. And the rest, yeah, like I would say that I would agree, if half the money that we are showing right now in a small surplus went into a reserve, and the other half is you guys get together and try to figure out, I don't know who has more clout, which department, but you guys can fight it out, I guess. We know we were looking at a reorg, having a consulting on there and some sort of a break for council to go away and take a look and see where we wanted to be. We know that's off the books now. Maybe there's a smaller version of some help for this reorg that we could take a look at or something. You bring it back to us, see where we're at. Because we know there is some changes structurally with the way that we are that we need to take a look at right now too, so. Okay, so we're good, we can go into a closed session now and discuss some other things, if everybody's good with that. I'll just need a motion. Councilor Robb makes the motion to go into closed session at 1:22. All those in favor? Carried.